someone in there.
Okay. Um, can you do 6:15 a.m.?
Um, yeah, that, and we'll just go 15 minutes.
Is that all right? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. He's in high demand. I understand.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate your flexibility.
Cool. You'll owe me a famous treat in Colorado Springs.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, do you like bison burgers?
Yeah,
I can offer you that.
sounds good. Okay, so not 2:15 to 2:30. That will not happen today.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
No, no problem. So we're gonna set 6:15 to
Well,
6:30.
well, actually, Bruce, hang tight, okay? Because they're gonna start with prayer. They're gonna do a quick live stream. Um, when is your next appointment, Bruce? What time is your next appointment after Tom's today?
2:30.
It was at 2:30, so okay. Let's put you on 6:15 tomorrow morning. Um, and then if you're on here and you have time, can I just shoot you a message?
Okay.
Rain, this is Chris on did Dallas not, are they up and running on intercom when you tried to get a hold of them? I just want to make sure it's
Want it on this side first?
issues.
Are y'all running intercom? Yeah. They are running it.
Oh, wait, John, wait. Yeah, kind of like this. Because I might have two people at some point. It's a small world.
What a trip!
That was the funniest
That's fun.
Okay.
You know that's fun.
Hi guys, we're here today at the corner of New York and Delaware. We're Wheeler Mission, and we are celebrating World Homeless Day. You know, we are here to just sit on a bench for the next 24 hours. We're going to be live streamed, so you can watch us on various things like YouTube and Facebook Live. And so our goal today is simply to have honest, authentic conversations with individuals in the community about the issues and the barriers, and you know what? Some possible solutions to help us deal with the challenges of homelessness in our community. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're going to join us. You probably won't join me for the whole 24 hours, but that's okay because I really need to get a little sleep at some point. But I'm glad you're here. But that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to have all kinds of people coming to us, ministers, business leaders, politicians. We're going to have volunteers. We're going to have just faith leaders in general helping us talk about homelessness and the challenges in our community. So once you join me, I'm glad you're here, and stay tuned. We're going to have a lot of fun. Okay, now for the first person that we have up is somebody I've known for the last 20 years. He's a man of God, is somebody that I love, and I consider him a brother in Christ, Pastor John Blatzheim. John, why don't you join me? How you doing, brother? Sit. So, is it hard, John? It's a little hard bench, right?
No, this is great.
Okay.
I'm going to get one of these for home.
I kind of don't want one because it's kind of uncomfortable, but that's it, right? So, John, thank you for joining me on the bench, for Conversations on the Bench. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate the invitation.
And I feel very honored that you are the very first one out of many that's going to join me here on the bench. So why don't you just give a brief 1 minute kind of introduction to you, your ministry, and how you come to sit here on the bench with me today.
Let's see how quick I can do this. I'm going to do it in 25 seconds.
No, 25 seconds? You've never done anything in 25 seconds, John.
I was in corporate America, and I came down and volunteered and fell in love with the homeless community. That was 20 years ago. I quit my job, went full-time ministry with a couple different ministries, and ended up at Wheeler when COVID hit and shut down my church. We had a church for the homeless, and we picked up at the shelters, including Wheeler, so I already had a foot in the door. And you guys welcomed me in, and now I'm the chaplain for the men's program, and I'm blessed and privileged to be here.
We're here. We're glad you're here, John.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit. First of all, it's the conversation. I'm not asking questions. There's nothing scripted here, folks. I just want to let you know these are true, authentic, transparent conversations on the bench. And so tell me something that has really impacted your life because of your work with Wheeler.
It's just getting to understand the homeless situation and just getting to a feel for the fact that these are wonderful people that have, through life circumstances, have found themselves in situations that any of us could find ourselves in. And we tend to label them, and that helps if we just, they're all drug addicts or all alcoholics. Well, if you don't know their story and you don't know the journey they've been on, you really don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, I hate to say that, but it was my eye opener to everything that's going on down here. And more importantly, that this is so Christ-centered. That's important to me, and I know how important it is to you. And we know that God enables us with tools, but at the end of the day, it's the Holy Spirit. It's the love of Jesus Christ flowing through us, flowing through you. And that's That's my 2 cents worth on Wheeler. I could go on and on about
I know
Wheeler.
you could, brother. I know you could. I'm just glad you're here, and I'm glad you've been here, working with us, for as long as you've been working with us. And so many lives you've impacted, so many men, in the Bible studies, and not only the Bible studies, but the pastoring and mentoring. You've been a real blessing to the ministry over all these years, and I just want to thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
John, what are we going to do? What are we going to do about the challenges and the all the complexity of issues that come into play with homelessness? People ask me all the time, how do you solve homelessness? And I always say, when you figure it out, tell me. We've been here, Wheeler's been here 132 years, and we're just barely scratching the surface on how to figure this out. We've learned some things, don't get me wrong. We learned some things in 132 years, but we by no means have all the answers. And so I ask people all the time, I said, it's not an easy answer. It's not an easy answer to a very complex question.
Amen.
So, but why do you think that there are issues with homelessness? Just listen to the ambulance. There goes someone in desperate need of an ambulance. We deal with all kinds of things every day, John.
Well, the first thing I learned as I started to work down here and work with the homeless and other situations is that no one woke up one day and said, I want to be homeless.
That's right.
Everyone fell into circumstances. That things added to that situation, and then that situation is like a spiral, and they just start spinning down that rabbit hole, and people, they're one paycheck away from homelessness because they work at Walmart and they don't make enough income. Housing is a big issue, and they're starting to lose housing, and so they're ending up on homeless. You guys started a program that just amazes me, is for first-time homeless.
Yes,
that you recognize that, oh my word, we got to get them before they end up in those camps. And then the next thing that guy says, hey, here's how I survived in the camp. I anesthetized myself with alcohol or drugs or whatever it was. But I think, this is not scripted, so I think shooting from the hip, what came to mind when you said that.
Well, how else do you do, John? You always shoot from the hip, man.
Anyways.
That's what I love about you.
Yeah, that's because I don't prepare, but that's all right.
No.
But you get good at this when you don't prepare.
God has prepared over the years, that's for sure.
I think one of the solutions that would really help is this. I don't think that we get outside our walls, and we need to set up a program. I haven't talked to you about this. We need to go and educate.
Are you pitching
people.
me on something now?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
We need to educate people on homelessness. I mean, I had to come here. I worked with the homeless, and I came here to really get a deep understanding. We need to set up ways, and this is one of them. This is a fabulous thing we're doing. But we need to find ways we can educate people on true homelessness. Yeah. So when you drive by a guy and you see him laying on the street, you don't just immediately assume, well, get up and get a job. You got to understand what path took him down there.
What got him to that point in his life. And it's usually, John, not one thing.
Absolutely not.
Multiple.
Very complex.
It's multiple.
Yeah, and as you said, there's people that there's no alcohol or drugs even part of what's going on in their life. It's just a spiral of one event, health issues, laid off, renters decide to rent it for more, divorce, and these things throw people in a tailspin. And some people are ill-equipped because they didn't come from families that really helped them get through the crisis situation. Crisis hit and they fall apart. And it's very complicated. And we need to help people out there understand that when they see somebody on that street, that could be you.
Yeah.
And that helps a lot when you start seeing that and realize.
John, a lot of what I found, I've been CEO 2.5, going on 3 years now. And one of the things I find is a big part of my job is education. Mm-hmm. So when you say educate individuals about what happens, why people get to the point of becoming homeless or people experiencing homelessness, that's right up my alley. And that's really what I find myself doing a lot of over the nearly 3 years that I've been in this seat. What do you think, is one of the biggest misconceptions about individuals experiencing homelessness? First of all, I do want to make sure that you guys understand that we don't label people. They are not homeless people. They are individuals experiencing homelessness, right? Homelessness is a condition and not indicative of who or what you are. So what is one of the biggest misconceptions that you find people have about individuals experiencing homelessness?
That they don't understand the path that brought them to that point. They just see what they see, and then they pass judgment. I'll give you an example. My wife is here, and she'll love this.
Hi, Barb. Barb's over there.
She wouldn't sit by us.
No, we ask her
yeah.
to, but she likes to be out of the limelight. That's kind of like my wife.
Well, we were up in Hamilton County when we started our church, and we hadn't made the transition yet down to the inner city. So we would drive by this guy on the corner every time, and we have church. We have
465
breakfast. Yes,
I know exactly what you're talking
you
about.
probably know him.
Yeah.
And so we finally, I'm bringing donuts to the guy, and I'm dropping stuff off on my way to church. I said, "Hey, why don't you come to church with me?" I had passed judgment on the guy and kept looking at him, going, "Man, you could do better. Why are you here?" He got in the car and started talking to me. He was schizophrenic. He might have been bipolar. He struggled just being in our church.
Yeah.
We kept bringing him though and trying to help him, but until you understand the situation that got them there, and Wheeler understands what can bring them out of it. And your programs here are amazing.
Yeah.
One of the first things people can do is, honestly, this was not scripted. They need funding.
Yeah.
We need funding. This is not cheap to try to keep a staff and provide the resources and bus tickets and food and help them get meals and transportation and everything that comes with this whole package of getting them back on their feet and getting them back on the right path. Because they went on this path, they didn't have anybody to pull them off.
Yeah.
Now they do.
Yeah.
Wheeler is amazing in that way.
I
We
appreciate
got people here who have been here 2 years,
that. I appreciate
and they work
that.
here now.
Yeah, they do.
Came
They do.
here.
They do.
Yeah.
Have you ever done any fundraising? You're raising funds. The
Well,
whole
yeah.
point of this is not to raise funds by any stretch of the imagination.
I
It's to have
threw that in there.
simple conversation. I'm glad you did, brother. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. So we might hire you as a fundraiser. Who knows?
You better talk to my wife.
I don't know about that. I like you as the chaplain. That
I
is your
love what I'm
calling.
doing. I love
That
what
is
I'm
where
doing.
you're making a big impact for us,
Yeah.
and we're really, really appreciative of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Very, very good.
It's a privilege.
Yeah,
It's my happy place.
it is.
My wife is my number one happy place,
Yeah.
but she's competing because this is my happy place.
So John, before we close out here a little bit, you know,
Yeah.
15 minutes is gone
Yeah.
really quick, don't you think?
Really
Yeah,
quick.
really quick.
I'm glad. This is stressful.
This has been fun. Stressful. Oh my goodness.
Not
no.
with you.
This is
Not with
fun.
you.
This is fun.
This is good.
This has been a good conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good first conversation to get ease into the next 24 hours. And so before we wind up, what is one thing you want to leave us with? One thought that, you know, maybe something God's been putting on your heart in your daily Bible devotionals, or, you know, what is God teaching you at this moment that you can share with us right here on this bench?
That we need to be incarnational. We're supposed to be sanctified, and that's just a fancy word for growing into Christ likeness. And Jesus Christ loved everyone. Matter of fact, he went after everyone. Was welcome at his table. We need to welcome people at our table that may not look the same, act the same. They may have issues, but if we're going to be incarnational, we need the love of Christ. So I suggest to people, you pray for that, because that's a supernatural love. You're not going to get that love because the Bible says love, and I'm going to go over here and love people. You've got to pray for it, desire it, seek after it. You've got to beg God to give me a heart of love, break my heart over the homelessness, break my heart over these situations so that I can step up and do what I've been called to do. And everybody's called to do something different. But sometimes it's that's it.
Well, John, my goodness.
You sure I can't have another hour and a half?
No. I got a lot of people to have conversations with, you know, and so, you know, we've got some that are scheduled, like you were scheduled,
Yes.
but most of them, it's mostly anybody who can just walk up, you know, off the street and have a conversation with us, and that's what we're looking for. I'm looking not just to talk so much. Yeah, my job is to listen, because I want to listen and learn things. I love to learn, and I love to bring things back to our organization. So, but John,
Amen.
I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you
again.
so much.
Love you, brother.
Love you
It's been
too.
a privilege
Thanks,
to know
John.
you.
Appreciate it. Sure. Come on. I have no idea who you are, but come on, and have a seat right here.
You ask me whatever you want. I was in women's winter contingency.
Where are you?
The
Okay.
winter of 23-24.
Okay.
You
First of
can
all,
ask me anything you want.
what's your name?
Jane
Jane.
Church.
Okay, Jane Church. Okay, and you were with us back in 2023.
Yeah,
Okay.
women's winter
Over in
contingency.
Michigan.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And so what are you doing now? Are you still unsheltered? Are you still experiencing homelessness? Tell me your current state right now.
It took me a year and 7 months. I had a talk with God at the Salvation Army because a friend of mine had told me, Jane, you've started over before. And I didn't like it because I hadn't drank or done drugs. But after 3 weeks, I said, okay, God, it's you and me. And then I saw a ladder, and it took me a year and 7 months, and now I'm at where Pastor John started,
Oh.
at Colonial Park
Okay.
Apartments, and I was at his Bible study this
Oh,
morning
really?
at 9:30.
This morning?
And I just met his wife.
Okay. Yeah, but are you housed right now? Or are you?
I am. I have keys to my own apartment.
Good for you. Good for
Since
you.
February 8th.
That's success. That's success.
Yes, it
And
is.
how's it going?
It is
You know,
success.
because what we say is it's not enough, just to give people a place to live. We love, there's an initiative called Housing First. We love that initiative, but our perspective, Jane, is that that's not enough. We've got to provide some wraparound services. We have to still come alongside you and
Mhm.
walk beside you
Mhm.
until you're sustainable.
Uh-huh,
We call
uh-huh.
it self-sufficiency. So
Yeah, right.
How you doing on that front, Jane?
Um,
Be honest now. Come on.
I'm trying.
I don't want any BS.
I just got to the point where I could kind of think straight,
Okay.
because in March, this lady told me that I had to be out by Easter,
No.
and that's when all the winter contingency people got out.
Sure.
I tried
Sure.
not to think about it, and
But you've been in there since February, so you went through that period of time, right?
yes. What do you mean now?
You've been in the apartment since February, you said?
Yes, I have. I
Okay.
didn't utilize their services.
Okay.
I got a flyer, and I met this guy 1 week before he left. He was going to start a 12 and 12 meeting
Okay.
in that building the next Thursday.
Mhm.
And I needed to pay my rent, and he
Okay.
asked me to go to an AA meeting with he and this other lady. In hindsight, I wish I would have
Yeah.
gone. So I haven't utilized their services enough. How's it go?
Okay.
And my money got cut in half.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
about
like
that.
1 month I only had $530
Yeah.
Social Security.
Yeah.
So anyway, I've been going to I went to community dinners.
Okay. Okay.
I met a lot of
Good for you.
good
for you.
churches, good people.
So you're utilizing
Yeah.
the community's resources. which
Yes,
is
I
good,
did.
which
Yes,
is
I
good.
have.
That's the key, Jane. It
I
really
have.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, with this,
Yeah.
we have an extremely generous and very loving community, and I
Yes.
just wish more people
Yes.
would take advantage of that.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes.
Well, tell me one thing I can do for you before I pray for you and before I get on
Yeah.
to my next
Yeah.
conversation.
Right.
What's one thing we could do for you? What could we be doing better to help individuals who were formerly homeless continue to succeed and be self-sufficient? Because really, that's the goal. We are after life transformation.
Probably send people like me out to the church
Okay. To do
and
what?
give a testimony
Okay.
so that they could see.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because when I was in winter contingency, 23, 24, there were 80 of us laying on the floor
Yeah.
at night.
Yeah.
I didn't know who anyone was,
Yeah.
what they ever done, and I really didn't care because I knew we had all been kicked to the curb.
Yeah. By everybody else, not by Wheeler, but by everybody else.
I'm talking about society.
Yes, society.
Our families
You're
or
right.
whatever, we've been kicked to the curb.
Yeah.
And what people need to know is God's bigger than our families.
Absolutely.
God's
Absolutely.
bigger than our belief systems of what's going to take care of us.
We have a God.
We
second
have
chances.
to we put all of our faith in God.
We have a God of second chances.
Amen.
That's who we are. As
Yes.
Well, Wheeler.
Yeah, amen.
So, Jane, before we go, let me pray for you real quick.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you. Dear Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we're just lifting up Jane here. Jane was formerly one of our guests. And Lord, I just thank you for your grace in your mercy over her life, over these past few years, where she found herself unhoused and experiencing homelessness. God, we just love you for who you are and how you really blessed Jane in her life. And I ask that you continue to provide her covering and provide her blessings, Lord, as she continues to become more self-sufficient and become a productive member of society,
Amen,
God.
amen.
Amen.
Amen. That's what I
Amen.
want.
Amen.
That's what I want. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
God bless you.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you and just tell you how cool this is.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, hope, healing.
Welcome you, and it's free flowing, unscripted for 15 minutes.
Beautiful.
Hi, folks. I'm glad you're back. After that video, wasn't it a great video? But now we have a guy named Gary Conrad. Gary is very special to this ministry. Gary is a retired, long-time Wheeler Mission employee, and now he volunteers at the same place where he used to get his paycheck from, which is the Shelter for Men, what we call the SFM. Gary, thanks for coming. I appreciate it, brother.
It's just great to be here, Perry. I just enjoy this whole concept. I like the fact that people get to know the man who has his reins on the ship here. Just appreciate what you're doing. But yeah, I had a couple questions.
Absolutely.
Just really wanted to find out, I'm still volunteering.
Yeah.
I'm very much involved in wanting to know how this thing is moving forward and how Wheeler's going. I believed very strongly in our former CEO, and
he was here 33 years, Gary. 33 years.
And seeing how he brought this ministry to where it is, and to have handpicked you with a national search, and we come back right to
I was
you.
right down the hall, John. Gary, right down the hall.
You were down the hall, and what makes that special is that I trusted his leadership, and I trust his choices. And seeing you just has brought a joy to my heart, because you bring a business aspect to this, coming from the business side and leading a not-for-profit Christian ministry. I'm just really wondering, first of all, how things are going. What's the public perception right now of what's happening with homelessness? What's the vibe that you're getting in terms of reaching out to the community and finding out what people are thinking, and the support mechanism of how can we begin to draw them in?
Yeah. Well, I've been here about 2.5 years. I succeeded Rick, our long-term CEO, on March the 23rd, I believe it was, 2023. So a couple years after the pandemic. And it's been a wild ride so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
So since I'm the first non-pastor in Wheeler's 132-year history, we'll be 132 years old next Tuesday, October 13th. 132 years we've been in this community. In the last 10 years, we've been in the Bloomington community. But it's just been a tremendous reception. I've been here at the CEO's job 2.5 years, but I've been here at Wheeler in general about 4 years. And one of the things that God has blessed Wheeler with, Gary, is a great name, great reputation over the years. And all those other CEOs that have come before me have really laid the groundwork. God prepares his people. God prepares the land before there is a new leader who has to come on board. And so after 33 years, the organization and Rick wanted to retire, so it was time for a new leader. One of the things that I really have seen in the community is people want to try to solve the issue, but nobody. It's so sometimes it feels so big, overwhelming, that nobody really knows how to start to tackle it. And as well as I do, there's not one answer. There's not one silver bullet that's going to help us with the challenge of homelessness. But what it is a multiplicity of things that we have to do and address. And the key is how we address it. If we recognize it, that needs to be addressed, and if we can address it, and we can bring all it to bear, Gary, in our fight. This is a fight. It's a battle.
Yeah,
this is a battle each and every day of what we do. Last night we saw about 720 people, right? Men, women, and children last night. And so that's pretty much on average what we see, every night, 365 days a year. That's a nightly average for us. And so one of the things that I'm seeing, and I think the first part of your question was about a vision, kind of where you think Wheeler's going. Times are changing. There's a lot of pressures. We got financial pressures, we got cultural pressures. There's just so many things happening in our society at the same time, and we're having to navigate and deal with those things. And because of those, one of the things that I've got a great group of executives who are here guiding me and helping me and assisting me at the executive table upstairs on the 3rd floor. One of the things we're trying to chart is a new Wheeler, right? We're still the same Wheeler, but we're adapting and changing to the times and realizing that we've got to do some things differently. And one of the things that we're really taking a real hard look at, maybe got a couple pilots out there, is this issue of the lack of affordable housing in our community. We do a good job on the emergency shelter side, the food and the clothing and emergency care. But one of the things that we have really not grasped or worked on is what happens on the back end. So we're good on the front end, and we have programs to move them through the system, help them get off drugs and alcohol, deal with depression, all kinds of issues that they deal with. But one of the things that we have determined that we really need to understand better and help our folks become truly self-sufficient and therefore a true life transformation is the issue of affordable housing. And so over the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to see us start to explore and move into a little bit of that space, while at the same time understanding our roots, understanding our outsized role in this community of the largest shelter provider in not only the state of Indiana, but in the region, that we have to be there for the individuals who are experiencing homelessness on a nightly basis. I don't know if that answered your question.
That does answer my question, but I want to probe a little deeper.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Oh,
I just want to be real. I want to know why a man, and I'm speaking of you, who is coming from the business background, and just from what I've seen in your leadership skills, that I was here when you came in, I want to know why a man who could lead, in my opinion, a Fortune 500 company. You have the skill set to do that. And I want to know why a man like you would want to come into a Christian not-for-profit, because this isn't the glory place. This isn't
not at all.
This is not where the name recognition, right? Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious, because I was on the side of teaching and counseling, but I was always cognizant of the fact that we need great leadership, because if we don't have great leadership, we're not going to be able to fund, finance, and lead this place into where it needs to be. So my question to you is, why on God's earth would you choose to step away from that kind of advantageous business direction and step into this ministry? What is it about you that would cause you to come into this type of ministry?
That's a pretty easy question for me, Gary. I had no choice. God called me. And when God called, and now don't get me wrong, I resisted for several months. I resisted even applying for this job, because I was part of Rick's executive team, right? I was his chief development officer, perfectly comfortable, perfectly happy doing that. And I was going to be perfectly happy doing it for the next leader. But over a series of months, I came to the conclusion that God has called me to this work. And quite frankly, because of my faith and my journey with Jesus Christ over the last 30 plus years, I had no choice. And I have a healthy fear of God. God has called me to this. He's called my wife to this. He's called my family to this. And so I'm here because I was led and I was called to this work. And I've been around the church world, and I've heard so many people say they're called. But when you audibly hear 4 words from God after 3 or 4 months of prayer, you better listen to him. You better stand up and take notice. And I did. And the God audibly spoke to me for only the second time in my 63-year life. Back then I was 59, but in my 62-year life, only the second time that God audibly spoke to me, and he said it with 4 words.
And they were?
And they were, do it for me. Do it for me. Because my prayer had been, God, what do you want me to do? I'm not worthy. I'm not a pastor. You're messing up my retirement plans. I'm getting ready to retire, sure. And you're messing that all up. You're blowing it out of the water. But the words "do it for me" resonated, and I listened. And 2.5 years later, I'm here, and I love every minute of what I do.
That's exactly the kind of answer that I wanted to hear, because, for whatever reasons, men do this and come in. This is front row battlefield ministry, caring about other people rather than advancement ourselves, leading a ministry that has a great history. But you can't live on a great history. You have to bring it into, like you were talking about, the current, what is God saying now? And there's something about you, brother. I see it in you. I see it in your attitude, the way you just spoke about that, because it's not just a religious experience we're trying to have. It's a reality that there is a God. He cares about humanity. But if God's people don't do anything about that, then we depend on government, we depend on outside influence, where we should be taking the helm. And here's the man of God that comes in, and well, you're doing that.
I can tell you must be a man after James' own heart, James of the New Testament, right? Faith, and works.
Yes.
You sound like you are talking about the works part, right?
That's
you got to have
exactly
the faith, but you also got to have the works, right? So it sounds like you really like a man after James' own heart.
I like to see reality in people. I like to see people that talk the talk, walk the walk. There's got to be a heart behind the leadership. And if you don't have a heart that leads, you don't have a heart that has a vision and a trust that there's something greater than you that's steering this boat. And I see that in you. And it's kind of mind-blowing to me that someone of your stature would take this mission on, the mission of the mission. And that's to see that there are elements of society that just, for whatever reason, they're down, they're busted up, they're broken. They can be angry, they can be frustrating, it could be mental health issues, it could be addiction issues, it could be veterans services issues. And to have a ministry like this in Indianapolis, I think, is proof that Christians care, and that we're willing to do something about that, not just talk the talk, but actually walk the walk. So where do you see?
Okay, that's enough about me. So
okay,
that's enough. About me. But I want to make sure that I understand from you, because you're a dedicated volunteer, Gary, and you had so many years. How many years were you with us?
10 years.
10 years. You had 10 years of experience here, working in the trenches there at the SFM. I want to hear from you. What is the one thing we can do to help with this situation? If you were king for a day, you waved your magic wand, tell me what you would do. And I'm listening. I'm all ears.
Awareness.
Okay.
Being able to listen to the pulse of the people in your ministry, in this ministry, that are feeding, they're serving the food, they're teaching, they're in program development, they're in jobs where it's rubber hits the road. Foot soldiers. I was a foot soldier, and I know I'm a foot soldier. I know I'm not called to be a CEO, but I need that leadership. And so for me, it's listening to what the people in the ministry are saying.
Okay.
It's beginning to pray towards factoring that into the overall development of the mission, because it's a powerful tool when leaders care about followers, whether it's a paid position or it's a voluntary position. I believe in this ministry. You know, I don't
I
say
kind of
this.
do too. I kind of do too. I kind of like it.
I'm donating money now to you, and I hadn't done that before.
Thank you so much.
I hadn't, and I am volunteering because I know that it's making a difference. I know that changes are happening. I just done a Bible study before I came here, and one of the guys who has had years and years of dealing with anger control, in and out of prison, drugs, he is now finding stability. And it's just seeing that in the eyes of people. You know, we talk, we minister, we give food, we do this. But when somebody actually catches the reality that there's more than just food here, there's more than just shelter here, there can be life change. But it has to happen outside of ourselves, and that's where God comes in.
So
and that's why I'm here.
Awareness and listening. That's what you're telling me. I think that's what you're telling me.
You have a way of discerning exactly what we're talking about. That's why you do.
You just spoke for 3 minutes, and I can sum it up 2 words: awareness. 2 words: awareness and listening. Right. So
exactly right.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So before you go, tell me one common misperception you think the community. People have their different opinions about homelessness and individuals experiencing homelessness, but what is the one thing what is one big misconception that you think I can work to try to alleviate or dispel, with the various groups of people out there that will help people understand and become more aware of the issues and the challenges, facing people who are experiencing homelessness?
That is a fantastic question, and I've thought about this a lot. The idea is the public has a one-size-fits-all perception of people that get into homelessness, that it's just the guy who's the addict and he's brought it on himself.
Yep.
And he needs to pay the price. And we don't understand that it's not just a one-size-fits-all. You have a woman with kids, and she, her husband's in prison, or she gets booted out of the house, or she's been abused. She doesn't have a clue what to do. Maybe she hasn't had that experience before. And where do you go? Well, you've got to be able to have some kind of a support mechanism that helps her where she is, not where we think they should be. So the addicts, the veterans that are on the street, the women, single women, the men with the kids, just for all reasons why this place exists, help people to understand that there is more to being homeless than just being, I don't give a flip, and I just don't care about anybody.
I'm glad you said flip. Thank you, brother.
Yeah. But it allows us to, if an awareness could be brought to the population that these are people, but by the grace of God, we might be in those circumstances had we had the same challenges they had.
Okay. Well, that's definitely a big misconception. And if I can do anything to dispel that, a lot of what I do is educate. We got a great team. We really do. We got a great team up and down the line. Is it a perfect team? Absolutely not. But is it a good team? No, it's a great team. It really is. Because I believe God has really called each and every one of them for their specific roles at this time in this place with their specific talents. And so I really appreciate that. So,
I'm glad you're here.
Perry, thank you so much. And thank you for being a donor. You're one of 36,000 donors last year. I appreciate that.
Amen.
And keep it up. And just thank you so much for all you do for the ministry and how you continue to volunteer with us.
Thank you, Perry. Appreciate it.
Gary, thank you.
Yep,
Thanks.
you bet.
Okay. And that was Gary Conrad. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Gary.
Hey, thank you. I wasn't ready for that question. I'm so glad you asked it.
I'm going to ask everybody that question.
At Wheeler Mission, we believe that true healing takes time, support, and stability. That's why our supportive housing approach is a vital part of the recovery journey. Let's explore how this safe space helps individuals rebuild their lives. Wheeler's housing programs are more than just a place to stay, they are a place to heal. When someone chooses this option, they're offered the opportunity to pursue stability, tackle challenges, and achieve long-term goals. Here's how Wheeler Housing opens the door to healing. Structured shared living, an affordable and supportive environment where residents can focus on their sustained recovery with like-minded individuals. Personalized support. Staff create a plan with each individual to address their unique challenges and work toward their goals. Financial coaching. We offer support for ongoing financial health to help them continue to build the foundations for a sustainable financial future. Emotional and spiritual healing. Residents have access to counseling and spiritual support, allowing them to heal from past trauma and rebuild their sense of self-worth. Through supportive housing, individuals find more than just a place to live. They find hope, community, and a path forward. At Wheeler Mission, we're committed to providing a space for healing, growth, and transformation. Thank you for supporting this life-changing opportunity. Together, we're helping individuals rebuild their lives and create a brighter future.
Welcome, my name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. Being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
So the Wheeler Mission program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail, and they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had, and you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler addiction in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
We have someone that we just met, a new friend, someone who you were just right around the corner, right, Trevor?
Yes.
Trevor is his name. Trevor, tell me a little bit about yourself. And how do you find yourself sitting here on the bench with me today in front of all these people?
I feel like God opened this up to me. I feel like this was the place to go to at the time. Seeing you guys, seeing a bunch of positive people really made me feel positive as well. And like I belong to it, you know. And I'm from Columbus, Indiana. I come from a bad background. I graduated parole yesterday. I got off parole yesterday.
That's a good thing, though.
Yeah,
right?
that's a good thing. Okay. Yes. So
how long had you been in?
The Wheeler Mission helped me.
Okay.
But I was in for 7 years. Yeah.
Wow. Have you been staying with us now, or where are you right now?
I used to, but now I kind of don't because I'm on the streets preaching and teaching people drug addicts how to get off drugs, and it's a 24/7 job.
You're off drugs?
Yes, I'm off drugs myself.
How did you do it?
Faith in the Wheeler Mission. Faith in the Wheeler Mission. They helped me completely. The staff there are just amazing people. The staff are amazing people. like Mama D. Mama D's a
Oh,
good
yeah,
person.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Mama D. He's an awesome person.
Yeah.
And Nate's a good guy. All
Yeah.
these guys here are just
good. Good.
amazing people. That they overcame the homelessness and overcame their addictions and stuff, and now they got they got it.
Well, tell me one thing you want to tell all these folks who are watching. This is live, right? We're on Facebook Live and we're on YouTube. I'm not going to tell you how many people are watching, but what is the one thing that you want them to know, either about living on the streets or about drug addiction or whatever?
Well, drug addiction will ruin your life, and let me be a witness to it. It'll cause you to be homeless and cause you to struggle with things that you didn't even know. When we sin and we're rebellious against God, God punishes us for the things that we do, and we cannot do that. We cannot afford to do that, even as a high-ranking member. We have to fully submit to God and His will, and all things will come to us.
Okay.
All things will
You're
come to
preaching
us.
the gospel. God is not a respecter of persons, right? We know that.
Yeah.
And God loves everyone, regardless of their circumstances.
Yep.
So that's a good word, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, faith-based. Anything faith-based really helped me. 12 steps. I just feel like, the Wheeler Missions could use a little drug NAAA maybe.
Drug what?
Drug NAAA.
What is that?
Like a chairman, 12 steps.
Okay.
Like me being the chairman, I've offered it.
Okay.
I really want to do that.
Okay. Well,
Really.
we do more than just food, clothing, and shelter. Most people in the community think it's all we do is provide shelter, but we provide drug and alcohol addiction counseling.
Yeah, drug addict.
Help with mental health challenges.
Yep.
Job recovery programs.
Yep.
We help place people in stable housing, as many as we can each year.
Yep.
But we do a lot of those kinds of things. And so,
Yep.
so where are you going to stay?
I'm staying behind a church. I live behind a church. I got a queen size mattress behind Walking in the Light Ministries.
You have a tent?
Not a tent.
Okay.
Not a tent, but got me a chair.
Why don't you come stay with us inside?
I can.
We're there.
Be good. To do. Yeah, I might need to do that.
Okay.
I might need to go do that.
Okay. Well, that's what we're there for.
All right.
We're there for people like you and others who are in the same kind of circumstances. And you can still do all the stuff you're doing now. You say you want to preach and teach people how to get off drugs, and you just do it from a little bit safer place than behind a church.
Yeah, out here I can do it for everybody though, and I just sometimes I get out of my little area and I'll go ride and find people that need help, and I'll help them. That's the way with scripture or money or something.
So what do you do for food? Tell me what you do for food.
I get food stamps.
Okay.
And I sell food to get food.
Okay, so you have some way to
Yeah.
do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because that we care about you. I don't know you, but I care about you.
Care about you too, Perry.
I care about you because you're one of God's children.
We are God's children.
So
yeah.
Okay.
And you are too.
Yeah,
you're
they
God's
are.
child too.
I hope they know that.
Yep.
But Trevor,
God is good.
anything else you can kind of
I just feel
shed light on for us?
I feel like we should go out and get the people and get homeless people and try to guide them. If we see anybody that's homeless, we should have some kind of resources for them, and probably try to help them with, their scenario on life, like their outlook on life. Reaching out to people is a big thing. Yeah, reaching out to people is a huge thing. Like me reaching out to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You didn't know me, and I didn't know you until you sit down on this bench right here. That's what we're doing. We're forging relationships, and I'm trying to listen.
Yep.
Dude, I want to do more listening than I do talking.
Yep.
And so that's why I've been wanting to talk to you. I'm glad you stepped up.
Yep. Well, that's all I have now.
Okay.
Really.
Great.
But thank you, Perry.
Good luck.
Yep. You too.
Come beside the shelter. Okay.
I will.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And there you have it. We see hundreds and hundreds of people like Trevor every night. And that's why we're here. That's why the shelter's here. That's why Wheeler's here. Not only just for the food, clothing, and shelter, but just also for we are interested in total life transformation. And that means, dealing with the underlying causes of homelessness, and that's often drug and alcohol addiction. like Trevor.
I have rickets. I have reconstructive surgery from my hips to my ankles. My spine broke 3 times. My feet were turned backwards. I'm in a medical history book for the first person in the United States that had a procedure done. I spent a lot of time in body casts. I spent 10 years in the hospital. The first time I was able to play with other kids was in 1971. I never seen the school until I was in the 5th grade. It was hard because all my friends were chronic patients. I lost a lot of friends in the hospital. Car surgeries, cancer, different other things. And the only friends I had was in the hospital. I never knew what it was to run, jump, play, meet other kids outside of the hospital that didn't have an illness. And they used to bully me. I'm a recovering addict now. I was a dealing in the drugs. A friend of mine introduced me to it, and I tried it and couldn't stop. I was incarcerated. During my incarceration, me and my wife was separated, but we was trying to get our life back together. My wife passed away September the 16th.
Of 23?
And my kids had to put my wife down. They allowed me to be there in spirit because I was able to talk to my family during the proceedings. But upon my re-entry back into society, I didn't have nowhere to go. My wife is the best thing that ever happened to me. I was married for 32 years. Still to this day, I miss her. I really need her. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. I had grandkids that never met me because of my addiction. I've been clean 5 years. I ain't never been homeless. I didn't ever know what it's like to be homeless. I mean, I see them out there in the streets, but now I'm a part of them. It's not a bad thing. Some people won't help, but some people don't. I want the ones to do. My grandkids, they deserve to know who I am. My grandparents gave me an opportunity to get to know them. My kids need the opportunity to know me. What helps me is that I thought about my death. I had a massive heart attack in 17. I died on the table. I don't know how long I was out of water, but God opened my eyes back up. When I left the hospital, I went back to doing the drugs. But God scared me again. But this time I listened. I told him I have an addiction that I didn't have no control over. And I want to help. So I ended up incarcerated. I don't care about what I went incarcerated for, but it gave me an opportunity to get clean. And it was the best thing ever done. I could be dead now. This helped me a whole lot because I see what a lot of guys are going through. I don't want to go back to what I once was. I hope the people support the mission because there's people here that really needs help now. There's guys here that do want to leave here. There's guys that do want to get clean, but they just like me. They're controlled by something that they don't understand.
Felicia, come on. Is Kevin here? So, see, my next one's not coming.
Okay.
So it's you.
Oh,
This
okay.
is volunteer. Okay. Okay, hi guys. Welcome back. I'm so happy you're here. I have Felicia. Felicia is one of our employees here. She's a volunteer manager over at something called the Shelter for Men, which we euphemistically call SFM. And Felicia's been here quite a long time. And in case you don't know Felicia, she's a pistol. Trust me, this girl is a pistol. So, but I'm glad you're here, Felicia. Thank you so much for
Glad to be a
coming
part
here.
of Wheeler. Actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Glad to be a part of the ministry.
So tell me a little bit about your work over there at the SFM for our folks who are coming on live who don't know anything about volunteering. How can they get involved and what can they do?
We are always in the need of more people to come out, serve a meal. We have a donation store. We always need folks to come out and sort donations. Just come down and be aware actually of what it is Wheeler Mission does.
Yeah.
You can log on to wheelermission.org and select volunteer tab. You can go on there. We got all types of volunteer opportunities, from meal service to meal sorting, meal prep, food sorting, all kinds of things that you can come out and do. We need more volunteers. Always in the market for more volunteers.
Yeah. So last year we had about 13,000 volunteers. They contributed about 36,000 volunteer hours.
Right.
So, and they all would work through people like Felicia. There's a lady named Cindy over at the shelter, the Center for Women and Children. There is Ellen.
She's over our donation center.
And we have a whole host of other folks who help us on the volunteer side. And so they'll get you hooked up. And so there's so many volunteer opportunities here at Wheeler. People ask me all the time, what can we do for you? First and foremost, I say pray. Pray for this 132-year-old ministry. But secondly, come volunteer, and then if you want to donate, donate, because we do need the funds. This upcoming year, we're going to, have to raise about $20 million each and every year from non-government sources. So we do need donations, but that's not the primary thing I tell people we need. We need your heart.
Yep.
We need volunteers. And so, and don't just do it once. You can do it multiple times.
Yes. We need people to come out regularly. I like to have groups come out on a regular basis.
Groups? How big of a group can you accommodate?
I always say 15 is the max.
15
maximum people.
Okay.
And that's because the buildings aren't that big.
Yeah.
But 15, we love to get corporate groups come in, church groups, different organizations come out and do team building.
Team building,
It's good for team building. Come out and serve a meal and see what it is that we do here at Wheeler.
Okay, now, so Felicia, this is supposed to be an honest, transparent, unscripted conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to talk any more about volunteerism at Wheeler. I want to talk about Felicia.
Okay.
I want to hear a little bit about Felicia's story. Tell me a little bit about your testimony, because I'm interested. I don't know it myself.
You don't? Okay.
I don't know everything.
Right. So let's see. In 2021, I had to do 180 hours of community service. I was not always on the right side of the fence. So I had to do the law. Right side of the law. But I always say, thanks to Wheeler, I am now.
Nice.
So I came to do just community service.
You came to Wheeler in your community service. And I
work for Wheeler.
Oh my goodness.
So I needed 180 hours, and 5 years later, I'm still here.
5 years.
So Wheeler gave that opportunity to change my life. Okay. During that community service hours, I fell in love with the homeless community. I really did. I wanted to see what I can do and where my heart was at. And I tell you, Perry, it was with the homeless. It really was. I have a stronger compassion now and a deeper understanding what it is for the homeless population. So I've done case management, which I found my passion there through case management, and still here.
Yeah.
I love what I do, and I still love helping these guys and women on the streets.
Now you have how many kids again?
I have 3 kids.
3 kids. Tell me about them.
I have 2 girls and a boy. My son, who is 25, he has a heart for this too. So he's always wanted to get involved and see what it is that he can do. And I have 2 girls and I have 2 grandkids. So,
wow. You're a granny.
I am
what
a granny.
What do they call you? Grandma or
grandma or mama?
Mama?
Yeah, everybody calls me mama like they do
call
at
you
the
big mama?
No.
You don't want the big mama title?
No.
Most grandmothers want that title.
No, I'm good with mama or grandma. But I'm like a mother figure to the guys over there too, at the shelter. So I like that mama role, as you know.
Yeah.
I like to be in control, and just if I can help somebody and they listen to my story and what I went through, and they see, well, Wheeler can do that for her. They can do that for a lot of people. And Wheeler has done it for me.
Now, okay, tell me the funniest thing you've seen or done, at Wheeler.
Oh, the funniest thing.
Tell me something funny. I need some levity.
Well, there's always some funny stories at SFM.
Right.
At one point, I cooked a meal for everybody at SFM.
You?
Yeah,
Cook
I
for
did.
everybody?
I cooked for
I know
everybody.
you can burn.
Yeah.
You are a good cook.
And you know they say the way to a man's heart is through his belly.
That's right.
Well, after I cooked that meal, everybody was in the conference room asleep, and the director said I was no longer allowed to cook for anybody else at Wheeler Mission because everybody was walking around looking for me.
Because they love that
They
food.
love, yeah.
Love
So
that
I
food.
like to
Oh,
do
and
that.
by the way, that recipe you gave me for
For
sweet
sweet potatoes?
potatoes. Oh my
Yep,
goodness.
yep. So
I made that for Thanksgiving, guys, because of her recipe. It was a bomb.
So
do they say the bomb anymore?
the bomb, yeah, they still say the bomb.
I'm 63 years
Fire,
old.
say fire.
Fire?
It was fire.
It was fire?
It was
It was fire. Okay. I'm just not getting to the point
Now
where
you're gonna go home and your kids are gonna be like, "Who you been talking to?"
Felicia.
Yeah, Felicia.
Bye,
Yep,
Felicia.
Yep.
That's 20 years old
Yeah.
right there.
But people still use it. Even
They
my
do?
volunteers when
What's your name?
they're so excited when they leave. They're like, "Bye, Felicia."
Bye, Felicia.
But that's good. I like that
Yeah.
impression that I leave on the volunteers. I really do.
Well,
So,
we're grateful for all
thank
you do for
Thank you.
Wheeler.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for sharing some of
No,
your story.
thank you, Perry, for what you do.
Yeah, well,
You're leading us, Perry.
Yeah,
and I
well,
appreciate that.
I'm trying. I'm trying, and you know, God didn't call the qualified; He qualifies the call.
Yes, He does.
Just a little bit of that. Some of the stuff that I rail against is like cotton candy scripture, and I just gave you a little bit of cotton candy scripture, but it's appropriate in this case. So I really appreciate what you do.
Well, thank you.
So
Thanks for
why
having
you
me
got
on.
that hat on? You got some pretty hair.
Because it's a mess, and you know
It
how
is not a mess.
I get about my hair.
I know you're very. That's why I said you're very particular about your
Yes,
hair.
I'm very particular, so they know to get me on here with this hat. It means I love Wheeler. So thank y'all for having me. All
Okay,
right.
what you gonna do the rest of the day?
No, I'm going to go back over there. I got a group.
You're
showing up
working
now.
today?
Yep, I'm working
What
today.
you doing here? You
Come
should
and
be
check
over
on
there
y'all.
working.
I had to come and check on y'all.
Okay. Oh,
Make sure y'all was
whatever.
good. So yeah, I'm going to run over there now because
Okay.
I got volunteers. You hear that?
Are they coming?
Volunteers.
Are
They're
they
coming today.
What, for dinner service?
Yep, for dinner service.
Okay.
4:30 they'll be there. So that's
Okay.
our
Well, you gotta
shift.
get over. It's
Yep.
almost 4:15.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Perry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye bye. How much of a pistol she was, and so okay, and so but things I've been thinking about as I've been talking to folks here, is I really would love if there's some kind of mechanism. I'm gonna talk to my folks about this. If I can hear from you, if after you're watching this live, you have questions or you want to get in touch with me, I'm always available. My email is Perry, Perry Hines, Hines @wheelermission.org. Again, it's Perry Hines @wheelermission.org. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear any suggestions. If something here that we're talking about over the next, 23, less than 23 and change hours really strikes you and impacts your heart, I would really love to hear from you. And so you can just email me, and I would love to see that. So I really thank you. So, okay. Thank you, John. Thanks.
I have rickets.
Okay, we got somebody
I have
back there,
reconstructive
Tammy.
surgery from my
Brian.
hips to my
Do we wanna
ankles.
talk to
My spine broke 3 times. My feet were turned backwards. I'm in a medical history book for the first person in the United States that had a procedure done. I spent a lot of time in body casts. I spent 10 years in the hospital. The first time I was able to play with other kids was in 1971. I never seen the school until I was in the 5th grade. It was hard because all my friends were chronic patients. I lost a lot of friends in the hospital. Car surgeries, cancer, different other things. And the only friends I had was in the hospital. I never knew what it was to run, jump, play, meet other kids outside of the hospital that didn't have an illness. And they used to bully me. I'm a recovering addict now. I was a dealing in the drugs. A friend of mine introduced me to it, and I tried it and couldn't stop. I was incarcerated. During my incarceration, me and my wife was separated, but we was trying to get our life back together. My wife passed away September the 16th.
Of 23?
And my kids had to put my wife down. They allowed me to be there in spirit because I was able to talk to my family during the proceedings. But upon my re-entry back into society, I didn't have nowhere to go. My wife is the best thing that ever happened to me. I was married for 32 years. Still to this day, I miss her. I really need her. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. I had grandkids that never met me because of my addiction. And I've been clean 5 years. I ain't never been homeless. I didn't ever know what it's like to be homeless. I mean, I see them out there in the streets, but now I'm a part of them. It's not a bad thing. Some people won't help, but some people don't. I want the ones to do. My grandkids, they deserve to know who I am. My grandparents gave me an opportunity to get to know them. My kids need the opportunity to know me. What helps me is that I thought about my death. I had a massive heart attack in 17. I died on the table. I don't know how long I was out of water, but God opened my eyes back up. When I left the hospital, I went back to doing the drugs. But God scared me again. But this time I listened. I told him I have an addiction that I didn't have no control over. And I want to help. So I ended up incarcerated. I don't care about what I went incarcerated for, but it gave me an opportunity to get clean. And that's the best thing ever done. I could be dead now. This helped me a whole lot because I see what a lot of guys are going through. I don't want to go back to what I once was. I hope the people support the mission because there's people here that really needs help now. There's guys here that do want to leave here. There's guys that do want to get clean, but they just like me. They're controlled by something that they don't understand.
A life before I got to Wheeler Mission, Camp Hunt. Oh boy, it was a mess. That's why I'm here, right? I'm 32 years old. I own my own business. I'm married. I have a 2-year-old daughter. I thought I had it all figured out, but the one thing I was missing was the Lord. And being here, it's a very humbling experience coming from my background. And I learned for the first time what it was to be grateful for something. And because the way I grew up, I was privileged, spoiled, as most would say. Really didn't even use drugs per se until my daughter, this is horrible to even say, but after she was born, she was probably about 6 months old. And that's when I started to actually use cocaine. And because I had everything I wanted. I had employees, I had a successful business, I had a beautiful wife, I had a daughter. But I was empty, I was broken inside, and I just felt lost. So that's what I started using because I needed something to make me feel normal, feel happy, which is horrible to say, but that is the truth. And that's really the circumstances that led me to it. Because I seen it in movies and stuff, and I'm like, well, they were doing it, why can't I do it? I mean, that looks cool, it looks fun, right, in a movie, but then, yeah, it just leads to absolute destruction. So I've been to secular rehabs where you pay a bunch of money and you get a bunch of BS. When you come here, you get to work, you read the Bible, and it's free. So you have no excuses when you come to this place. It's free. You learn work ethic, you learn chores, you learn how to responsibility from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. And that's what this place is. I mean, this place is like, I love this place. It's awesome. I love it. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I am learning to become a Christian, a man of the Lord, a proud husband and father. For once, I can wake up in the morning and look in the mirror and I'm actually like, I think I know who I finally am as a person. And I'm not trying to hide behind, there's no face mask on or anything. Like, who you see is who you get, I notice I love people more for who they are. And like the smallest things, like there's some younger brothers here, it's what they call them in the program, like newer guys coming in. And I see some of these guys and my heart just melts for them. Where before the program, I'd probably be really critical of them and look at them and be like, well, I'm better than them. But the longer I'm here, the more my heart gets soft and open to them, where I want to help everybody. I want to help them and teach them stuff. And and really just being humility, just being humble and not being so prideful and arrogant and self-centered. Yeah, just loving people for who they are, even though you might not like some of the things they do, but just loving them because that's, they're God's creation too.
Okay, folks, we're back live, it appears, and so I'm very privileged and blessed to have a Wheeler Mission graduate, program graduate. He came through our programs here. His name is Kevin Wilson, and now Kevin is one of our case managers here at the. Are you at the MRC, Kevin?
Yes, sir.
You're at the MRC, and so Kevin has agreed to sit here and talk to me on the bench today. And as when Kevin came up, I said, Kevin, I apologize. It's not the softest bench there is, but it is a good, sturdy bench. And so thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting me.
So just for the folks on Facebook Live and on YouTube and however they're coming to us, why don't you tell them a little bit about yourself? And I know I've heard your story, your testimony, and how you came through the Wheeler program.
I did.
And just tell us a little bit about that journey that led you to be here on the bench.
Well, I was born and raised right here in Indianapolis, Indiana, on the south side. Lived most of my life on the north side, though, and from the time I was a teenager, I noticed that I struggled with alcohol. I did not drink like other people. It seemed like every time I picked up a drink, it was to get drunk. And I maintained it. I kept it under control for years. And then I eventually quit because I seen it was becoming a problem. Stayed sober for almost 15 years, just white-knuckled it.
Wow.
And then I was married, had a child. Unfortunately, my marriage began to fail, and I started to have some loss in my life. Both of my parents passed away, and I was hurting and in pain, and my home life wasn't ideal. And I turned to alcohol to numb those pains that I was feeling because I didn't want to face them. So
after 15 years,
after
being
15
sober,
and knowing that alcohol was a problem, you know,
what happened after you started drinking again? And kind of, so you said you lost
everything
a lot of loss.
just spiraled. The marriage, did
one thing after another.
Right. Yeah. So the marriage did fail. I was asked to leave. I left, and that allowed me more privacy, and privacy is the enemy for me. It is. It allows me that secrecy to sin.
Yeah.
To sin in private.
At some point, you found your way to Wheeler.
I did.
What was that like? Were you scared when you first came to us? I mean,
I was
stories.
scared and lost. I came into Wheeler not knowing, what to expect.
Yeah.
And luckily I ran into a team of experienced people that had, seen my circumstances before, and they acted like, it was no big deal, come with us.
Yeah.
And I went to the Hebron program down in Bloomington.
Yeah, so you went to camp.
I did go to camp.
Camp is a place that we have in just outside in the outskirts of Bloomington. It's called the Hunt Training Center, and it's a beautiful piece of land, almost 300 acres. It was donated to Wheeler back in 1958 by the Hunt family, and that's why we call it Camp Hunt. But it has been a refuge for that long for families during summer camp and back in the day. But most recently, it's really been used as a place for our long-term drug and alcohol addiction recovery program for men and men only, called Camp Hebron. And it's an intensive 9-month program. And so how did you do, Kevin? So apparently you did
well. Right. I mean, it changed my life. It really did. It reintroduced me to God, whom I thought I had already burnt all the bridges. And, and they told me, you can't exhaust God's love, mercy, or grace.
How long ago was that, Kevin?
5 years.
5 years ago. So you've been
5 years ago.
You've been on this journey, clean and for 5 years.
Yes.
Okay. So after you left camp, what did you do? You came.
I came back here
to.
I came back here to the MRC to do the SLT program.
Tell our folks what SLT
Servant
is.
leader in training.
So okay.
It
great.
is right. It's just giving back and helping new men that are coming into the program the way that I was helped when I first got here.
One of the things you may not know, a little fun fact about Wheeler, is we have a little bit over 200, 210 employees on a full-time basis, but about 40% of our employees are people like Kevin, people who come through our programs, and now we've hired them, and they're working at in some level, somewhere in our ministries. And so Kevin is one of that 40% of the people that we have in our programs, and he came to work with us through SLT.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about, you're a case manager.
I am.
And so what is a case manager, and what do you do, and kind of how do you try to guide the men that you see who are coming through our doors?
Well, this is a structured environment that we've set up here, and a lot of the men that have found themselves in need have lost structure in their lives, and a lot of what we do is just putting that structure back into it, giving them a routine, making sure they get 8 hours of sleep every night,
that's
and
right?
and 3 meals a day,
Yeah.
nutritious meals, not junk food, and we keep them active. We give them chores to get them physically fit again.
Yeah. Kevin, something that a lot of people don't realize is a lot of the people that we have in our programs, they work, outside of Wheeler.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but they can't find affordable housing, right?
That is
and
true.
So they come back to us every
true.
single day. And so that's just another little fun fact that not a lot of people know, is that that's one big misconception, is that individuals experiencing homelessness are lazy bums. Nothing could be further from the truth.
That is very true.
So you do it. How many men do you help case manage, Kevin?
About 12 at any
12?
given time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long do you think you want to keep doing case management? And because after case management, there is program manager, right?
Right.
We've got a stair-step program.
Right now, I'm just doing, doing what I'm asked to do, and I'm satisfied where I am.
Kevin,
at the
if
time.
there's one thing you could tell people, or one thing that you can tell me, I'm listening, I'm all ears. One thing you could tell me, if you're king for a day, you waved a magic wand, and you could do one thing, and I want you to be truthful and honest. This is no BS, What would that be? What would that one thing be if you were king for a day?
There's one thing necessary, and that is Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Without him, we have nothing.
I agree with that. That's hard to argue with. I'm not going to try to sit here and argue with that. That's absolutely correct. And so Kevin's got it. You can see through his journey, Kevin's gone through a lot, and we're very blessed and honored that Kevin is choosing to stay here and work at Wheeler Mission. He doesn't have to. He's very employable now, and he can go anywhere he wants to. But he chooses to stay here and work with people who come through our doors who are just like him, that are coming through the doors where he was once just like them. And so, anyway, Kevin, so thank you so much. That went pretty fast, don't you think?
It did.
It's about 10-15 minutes, so it went
Excellent.
pretty fast. And so I appreciate you coming and helping me.
Thank you.
Sitting on the bench. Thank you, Kevin.
All right, you take care.
See you, man. So, yeah, so I got some time to fill here, and so I know that I don't know if you know this or not, but what we're doing today is we're really raising awareness for World Homeless Day. So they've been really World Homeless Day has been in existence for the past 7 or 8 years, and we're recognizing World Homeless Day in conjunction with the work that we're doing here, sitting on the bench. And so I'm not doing this alone. There are about 70 or 75 other CEOs of rescue missions and missions across the country doing the same thing during the same 24-hour period. And so we're all banding together, in recognition of World Homeless Day. But at the same time, in our local communities, we're really bringing hope and awareness and encouragement about homelessness. And we want to really just have authentic conversations, transparent conversations about barriers and the challenges of homelessness. And so I'm so glad that you could join me, and I'm getting the wrap up sign. And so I'm going to go away for a little bit, and I'll see you later.
My name is Hannah, and I am the program manager of Compass Kids. Compass Kids is an early childhood center serving the 30 families that live at the Center for Women and Children. Our goal is to provide a loving and safe, Christ-centered environment for the children in our care while partnering with families we serve to help foster individual and family-related goals. We are a state licensed site with students from 6 weeks old to age 13. During the school day, we have 4 classrooms, infant to preschool, that focus on developmental milestones, Christ-centered curriculum, and sensory integration. After school, children get off the bus from local elementary schools to come to Compass Kids for REC, our after-school program for release, experience, and connection. Because some of our students have experienced significant trauma, we provide a sensory room for children to use one-on-one with our teachers to encourage the understanding of their body and how to support the sensations they're feeling. Our team of early childhood educators are trained in co-regulation, touch points, and the language of the nervous system to foster an environment of growth for our students. Ultimately, Compass Kids is intentional to offer a Christ-centered and trauma-informed environment to equip students for the next step of their little lives.
The Compass Family Program at the Center for Women and Children provides residential support for women and their children experiencing homelessness. More than a place to stay, Compass is a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community.
At Wheeler Mission, we believe that true healing takes time, support, and stability. That's why our supportive housing approach is a vital part of the recovery journey. Let's explore how this safe space helps individuals rebuild their lives. Wheeler's housing programs are more than just a place to stay, they are a place to heal. When someone chooses this option, they're offered the opportunity to pursue stability, tackle challenges, and achieve long-term goals. Here's how Wheeler Housing opens the door to healing. Structured shared living. An affordable and supportive environment where residents can focus on their sustained recovery with like-minded individuals. Personalized support. Staff create a plan with each individual to address their unique challenges and work toward their goals. Financial coaching. We offer support for ongoing financial health to help them continue to build the foundations for a sustainable financial future. Emotional and spiritual healing. Residents have access to counseling and spiritual support, allowing them to heal from past trauma and rebuild their sense of self-worth. Through supportive housing, individuals find more than just a place to live. They find hope, community, and a path forward. At Wheeler Mission, we're committed to providing a space for healing, growth, and transformation. Thank you for supporting this life-changing opportunity. Together, we're helping individuals rebuild their lives and create a brighter future.
The Compass Family Program at the Center for Women and Children provides residential support for women and
At Wheeler Mission Center for Women and Children in Indianapolis, we provide compassionate care and essential services to women and families in need. Our comprehensive programs include safe emergency shelter, nutritious meals, and access
Hi, folks. Welcome back. It's me again. My voice is starting to get a little hoarse, but I'm doing the best I can. But I'm so happy that I got somebody here who can really speak to helping the people that we help every day. His name is Justin Kramer, and Justin is a case manager here at our MRC, the Men's Residential Center, and he's agreed to sit here and come talk to me, sit on the bench, and I'm gonna preview a little bit of Justin's maybe comments. Justin, maybe you have some good news, and maybe you don't want to expose it yet.
I don't know if I put it out there just
Okay,
yet.
he don't want to put it out there, so we're not. But I'm so happy to have Justin Kramer here with us. And so, Justin,
Yeah, nice to be with you, Perry.
yeah, I end up apologizing for the bench, but the bench is a little hard.
No
but
worries.
I love the bench. You know why I love this bench?
What was that?
It was made by the men in our program.
Okay. fair
Down
enough.
at Camp Hunt.
Yes.
And so that's a little bit of fun fact about this bench. The bench is pretty special to us. It's not just a bench. It's a bench that's made specifically for this purpose by men in our program who were once formerly homeless. And so, give us a little introduction, Justin, and tell us what you do here at the MRC and why do you like doing it?
Okay. Well,
I'm assuming you like doing it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I got called to do it. We'll put it that way, and
Okay.
I do enjoy it. I never thought in a million years I would be doing this line of work.
Amen.
My background, and I'll keep this as short as I can.
No, we
is-
got 10, 15 minutes here.
Well, I was born in New Orleans, raised in Columbus, Ohio. Grew up in a upper middle class household. Played sports growing up. Got into my teens. Started getting into Dad's liquor cabinet and hanging out with the cool kids.
The wrong crowd.
Right, and pursued music, and so I wanted that lifestyle, and I pursued that and became idols, and basically led me down a very dark path of 30 years of active addiction, in and out of treatment facilities. I was a heroin addict for 15 years, smoked crack for 2, and moved here from Columbus, Ohio to get off of opiates. I did, but then I picked up drinking. And after, all of that, found myself in a situation with 3 kids, and basically snowballed into a bad situation, landed in jail.
No.
Wasn't of faith. I was an atheist. I had a come to Christ moment, or he found me, I guess, if you will, in jail, and found out about the Hebron program. Went through the Hebron program.
So another guy who went down to Camp Hunt, right?
Yes, yeah, best choice I've ever made. I've been in and out of.
But it's a tough program, Justin.
It is.
It's not easy.
It is, but
it's a 9-month intensive program.
It's what I needed. Though.
Good for you.
I needed that.
Good.
I needed to be separated from all the distractions of the world, because right now, especially right now, it is gnarly out there.
It is not a pleasant scene.
No, and so. After graduating, I believed in the process of the program so much that I wanted to go to work for Wheeler. And I was given the opportunity to go work as a GSC at the SFM.
Okay.
Because I wanted to interact with people that were in a same situation that I was in. And it doesn't matter your background. I've made $100,000 a year, and I've also lived on the street, and I had the same issues. These are guys over there that have just lost their way. They've lost all hope. They need somebody to pull them out of that. That's one of the biggest things I got out of camp was the brotherhood.
Nice.
That was a big aspect for me, because when you have a brotherhood, a body of believers that you can lean into, and Jesus Christ setting the example straight up.
Yeah.
And so
so you're at Camp Hunt for 9 months down in
Yeah.
Bloomington, and then you came back to Indianapolis.
Yes.
As a GSC,
Correct.
which is for you folks, it's called a guest services coordinator, and that's really the front lines person that we have in each of our shelters.
Yes, and so I got to share my experience down there with that whole situation. About 3 months into working there and staying here in the transitional care, I was presented with the opportunity to be an intake case manager over support and Hebron intake.
Okay.
And so I am able to go out and talk to guys that are in jail, that are in treatment facilities. When they come over from the shelter, I'm one of the first persons people that they speak with, give them my experience, see where they're at. A lot of it is they're just stuck in this condemnation where they just stay there, and they don't have to live like that.
Boy, Justin, that's got to really resonate with the people that you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so it's somebody talking to them and not at them,
Right.
because you are there.
I've been through
And
it.
you've been through it. You've been through the ringer, and you know what they have gone through.
Yeah.
What kind of? I'm sure that has a tremendous impact, and probably just. Hopefully, it would just like shed a lot of barriers and break down those doors that they may have coming in our front door.
Well, absolutely. When they meet me, I don't give off the impression that I've got 30 years of active addiction and that I was living on the street. I've lived out of my car. And
Are they surprised?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But the second that I can relate with them on that, the barrier drops.
Fantastic.
And it's almost night and day. The second I start telling them about my experiences and the consequences that I had to walk through and the program that I went through and the fact that, a lot of these guys are looking for the quick fix.
Yep.
But that's the addict
Shortcut.
way of thinking.
That's shortcut.
And then some of them will be like, well, I'm not an addict. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's whatever feeds the flesh and takes away from God is what's causing your situation. So it doesn't matter if it's chemical dependency or if it's scrolling through your phone or whatever, fill in the blank.
Yeah.
And so, because I get that pushback a lot, people will be like, well, I don't want to go down to camp because it's for addiction. It's not necessarily, it all triggers the same thing in the body. So I lean into that a lot, that it's for everybody, any walk of life. And the best part about it is I have brothers and friends from camp that necessarily wouldn't be friends on the street. You wouldn't see us hanging out, but it's a melting pot of different backgrounds.
So you guys get together on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Some kind of alumni network or something?
Yeah. So I have a text group that we encourage each other in the mornings. I have lunch over here on the weekends with some of the guys
Very
that
nice.
came through camp. I
Very
work
nice.
with quite a few of them, and the ones that I don't work with, I still talk to all the time.
Yeah.
And if I'm making a big decision, I will lean into them on that and see, what their take is on it, because I know at the end of the day, we're all going to go back to scripture and work through it that way.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about some stuff you're working on, maybe some personal stuff.
So
what are the personal things you're working on?
Personal things that I'm working on currently, some achievements I've made is I've gone through some of the training here as far as the Genesis process.
Exactly.
I'm certified in that now, and I'm going through the ACBC classes, which is addiction counseling and biblical counseling.
That's great.
I'm also working on reconciliation with my family.
You are? Okay, great.
Which everybody in my family had washed their hands of, with the exception of my stepfather, who was the one that introduced me to the camp.
Okay.
I had this brand new
So
faith.
he told you about Wheeler, your stepfather did.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had this brand new faith, and all he said was, it's a 9-month program down in Bloomington, Indiana.
Not a quick fix.
And basically out in the woods. And
Nowhere.
It's
You're at nowhere.
faith-based program. But I had just come to Christ. I had this newfound faith. The only way to practice faith is to practice faith and take that step in faith. And I said, well, I got this new faith. I need to lean into it and see what God has for me.
Well, tell me about your family. You said you're working on reconciliation. You got kids?
Yes.
Were you married before? Or okay.
No.
But you had kids. You have kids.
Yeah. So I have two. Well, I have a 19-year-old, a 20-year-old, and a low mileage 6-year-old.
Low mileage.
Low mileage.
Well, why you calling them low mileage?
He's brand new. He still has that new toddler smell. So.
I love that.
And so
6 years old,
yeah.
you are still everything to them.
Yeah, and he's a handful.
Yeah.
He's was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, so he has a little bit of extra needs and stuff like that. And his mother is a psych nurse. She works 13-hour shifts. So, I used to put all of I drug her through the mess. She doesn't have any addictive issues, but her wheelhouse is the same wheelhouse, the clientele, if you will, that we deal with here. Yeah. And so we have that in common. She can understand the struggle, but more or less I was using that whole situation, dragging her through the mess, dragging my family through the mess, and at some point she was done. With everything that's gone on and the changes that have come down the pipe, and that's all glory to God, she sees the difference. We're working through it. We're in reconciliation now. Lord willing, at some point we can marry. But I get to see my child all the time. I get to see them all the time. And it's working. Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. So we'll be praying for that. I mean,
Thank you.
Family reconciliation is key.
Yes.
It's part of this whole
holistic
Yeah.
recovery thing that we call life transformation.
Yes.
And you still got a ways to go, right?
And one of the best parts about working here is I get to see all these kinds of miracles in other guys' lives too. And that furthers my faith.
Yeah. Knowing that you used to be there, but if they just hang in and hang on and submit to God,
right,
and follow the program, work the program,
sure,
right? I mean, there are all kind of different programs that we have, but if you we've been at this 132 years,
right?
Next week will be 132 years, so we know a thing or two about it.
Sure.
And if they just trust us and trust God,
right,
it's going to work out fine for them.
And the thing is it's not easy, but anything good is never easy. And part of that process is being refined into what God had planned for you.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's a painful process.
Yeah. So, okay, let me ask you a tough question. You're right. So I heard a little bit about your family, and I'm really happy about the possibility of reconciliation or working on reconciliation. But tell us something you're struggling with. Because I don't mind telling you something I'm struggling with.
Sure.
For me, I have a family member that I haven't forgiven for some past hurts.
Okay.
And I'm working on that.
Sure.
You know, and God's walking me through that.
Right.
But it's tough. And the fact that it's long distance is even tougher.
That is tough.
Yeah. So that's some of the stuff that I'm working on that I'm not doing well at so far.
Yeah.
Help me understand, what about you?
So for me, something I'm struggling with is consequences from my past actions. Okay. So with me, I have legal issues that I have finally settled, but now I have to walk through that. Yeah. So I had this freedom prior to when I graduated, and now I am restricted from daily activities, have to fall into a schedule. And that's fine. And that's something that, maybe that was God trying to show me something in this. And so that's something I struggle with, but I know that will all in due time be done. But
well, good luck with that. We'll be praying for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's not easy either at all.
No, but I have a good brotherhood to lean into, my family coming back. I'm grateful for the things that I have. So.
But, Wheeler's here. And I was telling somebody before, 40% of our employees have gone through our programs, but we know sometimes relapses happen.
Yes,
right?
I do.
And you've probably seen that already.
For me, it was every 3 months. I mean, it was a merry-go-round. I even had it down to a science where I would get to a certain point, I would go to rehab, I would call my employer, I would have them file the FMLA because it's considered a disability. Okay. I would draw a disability. I would send it off to my son's mother because that's being a man, and leave the weight of the world on my family's shoulders. Yeah. I would get out of rehab in about 3 months. I would repeat the process. It was a kind of a joke at work where they would call it my fishing trip. Everybody
Justin's
knew
fishing trip, right?
Justin's back on his fishing trip. So,
Wow.
It's unfortunate, but that was the way it rolled.
Are you going to be here at Wheeler for a little bit? You're a case manager with us, and
I plan on
to be here.
Yeah. I mean, as long as the Lord will keep me here.
Yeah. We're happy to have you. But I realize and recognize that our employees could go and do other things, make a whole lot more money than they're making here.
Right.
But I doubt that they can make the impact.
That's very true.
Have the experiences and actually in the process be blessed as much in a job out there, outside of Wheeler.
And I've worked a lot of. I have a background in sales and music.
Okay.
And so
I could tell sales.
And I am used to making a lot of money, but this is where I feel like I'm making the most impact. With my other jobs, I used my talents that God blessed me with for my own self-gain.
Yeah.
So now it's my turn to use my talents that He blessed me with for His plan, His purpose.
So what do you think I could do when I'm out there talking to a lot of groups, Rotary groups, different church groups, out there talking to people, some of these CEOs and corporations and, money people, high level donors. What can you tell me or give me that would help me in my my quest to bring awareness about what we do here at Wheeler, because it's such a misconception.
Sure.
I mean, from the top to the bottom, people think all we do is provide, food, clothing, and shelter. And I try to tell them we're so much more than that.
Sometimes people that are in these situations need somebody to speak life into them, to encourage them to make the changes. Right now, there's a really bad narrative that's being pushed into the world. I mean, all you have to do is turn the TV on and it's everywhere.
Which one? There's a whole bunch of bad narratives.
Everything, yeah. Anything that's being pushed right now. And so the world tells people you're a bad person, you have a bad past, you're whatever, gets you into this situation. And sometimes all it is somebody just being nice and asking, how's your day? What's going on with you? And these guys will open up to you and tell you what's going on. And sometimes they just need a little encouragement to get out of that situation where they're being, they've got that voice in their head, you're a bad person because you've done X, Y, and Z, and you'll never amount to anything. But all they need is one person to say, hey, I believe that you can get yourself out of this situation. And a lot of these guys do. And all it takes is just a few people.
Well, it's people like you that really help them get out of this situation. And organizations like Wheeler, Wheeler, we're blessed to be part of a community, what we call the continuum of care community. A lot of service providers here. People come together in organizations that help people just like Justin. And so Wheeler is not the only game in town. We just happen to be one of the biggest game in town. But we are so grateful for all the partners and community partners that we work with, because we don't have all the answers and we don't have all the resources. So if we didn't have all of our community partners helping us, help people like Justin, who then can in turn help those people who come through the doors each and every night here at Wheeler. And like I said before, last night I saw, nearly 700 people, men, women, and children come through our doors in all of our facilities. And so, but you are helping them, and we're so grateful for that. So I'm not supposed to acknowledge them, but hey, we're in the city, right?
Yeah.
And we're having conversations.
Yes.
My conversation that I care about is you. You're right here on the bench with me. But I really appreciate any last parting words for me or any advice for me. I'm your boss. Any last parting advice for me?
Keep up the good work.
Keep up the good work? Okay, yeah. I will. Justin,
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Perry.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
See, that went pretty fast, didn't it?
Yeah.
Nothing to be afraid about. You're natural at this. You ever thought about TV work? You said you're a musician. What did you play or do?
I'm a bass player. I've been playing for 35 years, but I was I worked for a music retailer around here.
Okay.
And played in a lot of bands and sold door-to-door cable.
Okay.
I made $100,000 a year doing that until everybody started cord cutting.
About the cable days, right?
Yeah.
We had to sell it door to door.
Yeah, and then I was a sales manager at a music store and senior sales rep at a gym. I worked at the gym that was owned by Bob Warmer, who gave Schwarzenegger a start.
Oh, wow.
So anytime the Arnold Classic came to Columbus,
Locally here?
No, this is
Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. Out in, the one that I worked at was Pickerington.
Okay.
And I happened to go to school with his daughter, Jessica Lormer, which was just kind of small world. I started working there, and I went into one of the locations. I was like, "What are you doing here?" She's like, "My dad owns this place." I was like, "That's not weird."
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Are you working tonight?
I just got off.
You just got off? Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank
now
you.
You can go home and get some food.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know what I'm going to do for food. I'm sure I'm going to get something from somebody.
Sure.
And by the way, if anybody wants to come down and give me food, I'll take it. I'm not proud. I need food here. So I would love donuts. What about donuts? So, but anyway, go home and have a good meal, Justin.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Thank you so
Nice
much for
talking to you,
working
Greg.
here.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I don't know how much more time I have, but probably have a few more minutes. But I just wanted to say that we're here in downtown, and we're here with Conversations on the Bench. And so we're having just authentic, transparent conversations with individuals, some that have registered and scheduled, but a lot of them who have not, and they're just walking up and talking to me. And we're just talking about homelessness, what we can do about homelessness, and the barriers and how we can help overcome some of the barriers to homelessness. And so I just want to thank you. And don't forget, donuts.
Okay. It'd be a lot easier.
A lot of uncertainty and stagnancy in my life. And so it led me here to Indianapolis, which then led me here to World Mission. So here we are. One of my biggest struggles was not having a village. I didn't have a support system. I didn't have help. I didn't have resources. So it was just me by myself trying to figure things out, which became an overload. And so, yeah, it was very chaotic, to say the least. I felt like I was supposed to be doing more out of life. I'm very hard on myself. I'm my own worst critic. And so I really felt as though I need to be giving more of myself, even though I gave everything I had. Before then, it was the point of I don't know how to ask for help. I do it myself and do it on my own. And it got to the point where my cup was completely empty and I needed help. And I had to put my pride to the side and tell myself it's okay to need help. It's okay to ask for help. God has placed people in our path to help. We are meant to use each other. It's when we misuse one another is the problem. So I put that to the side and I sought help. And out of every place that I encountered, Wheel of Mission was just one that kind of resonated. It was like soon as I walked through the doors, it was like, because I had an option at another shelter and then this shelter. And so I said I was going to check out both shelters to kind of get a feel. But as soon as I came here first, the second one wasn't even an option anymore. Like I didn't even go there. It was like just the love, the energy, just the way that they just pour into you here is what my soul needed. And so I love Wheel of Mission. I love it here. I was so alone. I was so distraught and so depressed. And that first day, it was like, well, come on in and have this. Do you need that? And it was like, wow, that's all I had to do was ask for help, and I got it. That's all it took. And it was like, man, I loved it. Walking these halls and see so many people so excited to see me. And for them to be open to my outlook on these people, they don't know me, but they love to hear my advice. They love to hear me speak. They love to hear me pour into them. And it's like, that lets me know how dope of a person I am. That lets me know how good of a heart I have. And even on my worst day, Wheel of Mission reminds me how remarkable of a person that I am. And so I love it. I love it. Even the staff, up to the staff, it's like everybody here they keep reminding me of what I have to offer the world. I think that's what Wheel of Mission really has done. It has really shown me, like who I truly am. Even when no one is looking, it has shown me who I am. And I couldn't be more grateful for that, literally. Before coming to Wheel of Mission, I was completely lost. I was lost. I was in so much turmoil. Since being here, I am found. I am happy. I'm proud. I am excited for what the future holds. I am thankful to Wheel of Mission for being that resource that a lot of us women need, a lot of us mothers need. I am thankful for Wheel of Mission for being that place to come and being able to exhale. Where life has me holding my breath and looking for what's next. Here, I'm safe. I know when I leave here, I'm leaving into another safe place of my own. They don't leave me with uncertainty. I'm thankful for Wheel of Mission for just being, for just opening their doors and having such a positive place for us to come.
So about 3.5 years ago, I was diagnosed with liver disease, decompensated liver disease with cirrhosis, which gives you about 1 year to 3 years life expectancy. You get cirrhosis and then it just kills your liver off. I was lost after that diagnosis and I got extremely depressed. So I just quit on life completely. Yeah, so I struggled with opiate abuse about 20 years ago. And then they put me on a medicine called Suboxone, which is, in my opinion, an alternate addiction, and they put me on it for 18 years. So in fact, before I could come to camp, I had to wean myself off of that medication. So I actually checked myself into a detox rehab program before I could come to camp. There were several medicines that I was on that I had to get off of. I was at the Indy location. I kept hearing about this camp hunt, and that God was doing this work here and changing lives. And I really wanted something. And so I made kind of a deal with God, save my life, change my physical condition. I'll give you 9 months, whatever it is, because they said the camp's hard. It's not easy. And when I got here, I immediately regret. I was like, what am I doing here? You're really cut off. And at first that was very, very difficult. I tried to remain faithful. God is always faithful. And little by little, things started to change. I barely take any medications now. On a workout regime with a guy we call Coach, who most of the time I dislike because I'm in pain, sore all the time. But, one of the great things here is you have brothers and you have accountability to other people. And that's been huge for me. When I'm kind of left on my own, I don't hold myself to as high of a standard as I do when other people are involved. So physically, it's changed everything. Now I'm looking, I have job opportunities, and after the camp is over, and ministry opportunities. My biggest challenge before coming to Wheeler Mission was pride. Even though worldly I might have been successful, I was completely lost. I think I'd be possibly dead by now. I mean, that's being 100% honest. I wasn't doing good physically, and I was deteriorating mentally. It was a bad situation. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I feel like a different person than the one who showed up 9 months or 7.5 months ago. I feel great. I feel great physically. I feel better than I have probably since my 20s. And spiritually, I'm just more mature. I don't rely on the highs and the lows. I'm just taking little steps of faith, and then God delivers, as always. One of the biggest ways Wheeler sets you up for success is the brotherhood. And not just with, other residents or other, peers, but with the staff and with their connections. Plenty of graduates from here are constantly texting or getting in touch with a staff member who's, connecting them with somebody else for a job or for prayer or for, a ministry. So those kinds of connections are lifetime connections. I mean, the staff here puts their heart into this work. Nobody's getting rich. So they're here because they believe in what they're doing, and they love us. I hope people will support Wheeler Mission because this ministry saves lives.
Yes. Yeah. Hey.
My biggest challenge before coming to Wheeler was believing in God, I would say, knowing that God existed, and also sobriety. Before I came to Wheeler Mission, I was completely lost. Born and raised in Bloomington, so I'm, I guess, what you would call a townie here. Nothing really, I guess, interesting until like after high school, got into, pain meds from doctors. So yeah, I started with Loratabs at the doctor, ended, they were giving me OxyContin, the pretty strong stuff. And then when I told him that I said, hey, I've got a problem. I said, I think I'm physically dependent. He said, we can't see you anymore. About 7 years, I think, that I went through that. Once I told the doctor I was addicted, they cut me completely off. So that went to just, the street, buying them, selling them, that kind of thing. I had like an up and down, lifestyle. I found a good partner. I got married, and we were great. Unfortunately, my dad was diagnosed with cancer, brain cancer, so we moved in with him to take care of him. She unfortunately died in a car accident in 23. Yeah. And then I kind of went on I was kind of sober, I think, for like 4.5 years. And then I went on a pretty good binge there, and it just kind of went downhill. I actually ended up overdosing on July 1st. And that was like my rock bottom. I'd overdosed before, but I always had support. Always had somebody when I woke up in the hospital, my parents or somebody like that. This time there was nobody there. And so I needed to look, elsewhere. And so the next day I called here. I talked to Song for like 45 minutes on the phone. He was like, it's not going to be easy. He said, it's not going to be easy. He said, but, give us a chance and we'll give you a chance. And he's like, and God will always give you a chance. The first night, the second day, I was really overwhelmed. I was thinking, oh, this isn't for me. They're really pushing this, they're really pushing this faith-based. But like a few days into it, I just got like this relaxed calm, and I was like, I think this is going to be all right. And I started actually paying attention to like what they were saying and actually picked the Bible up. I had never done that again, like I said. And it started making sense. It really did. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I am saved. I feel good about myself. I still have things that I'm unsure about, but I pray on them, but I feel pretty good that I have a solid future and I'm not going to end up in a gutter somewhere, I'm thankful to Wheeler Mission because they've helped me find my faith in God, and they have helped save my life.
I was at the store with my father and my uncle. Earlier, middle 60s, we was in the grocery store, and my uncle accidentally stepped on a lady's foot. And he said, excuse me. and her husband didn't like it, and he shot him. Me and my brother stayed in the house together. Everything is in his name. He is married, and his wife didn't like me, so it was a choice, her or him, her or me. Right. But I thought Wheeler's Mission, this one, you could just come to like every other one. But no, you can't just
walk up.
Come and walk in, and they help you get the things, as you're here. So they help me get food stamps. They help me to get my Social Security going. Mm-hmm. This place is a godsend. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little choked up. It's a beautiful place, it really is. And they changed me. I don't have the anger and I feel blessed to be here. I really do. I got a lot of good friends now. I mean, there's like 8 guys that were in the same situation, different things that have happened to them, and we're all close. We already decided that once we leave, we're gonna stay in touch. I think it made me a lot stronger, a lot of caring for others, and it shows me that there's a season for everything. I hope people will support this mission because it's a beautiful thing, and it needs to be here, because I'm not gonna be the last homeless, and it's a bunch of them out here. It's a lot of kids out here that need this place. A lot of kids.
At Wheeler Mission, we believe that true healing takes time, support, and stability. That's why our supportive housing approach is a vital part of the recovery journey. Let's explore how this safe space helps individuals rebuild their lives. Wheeler's housing programs are more than just a place to stay. They are a place to heal. When someone chooses this option, they're offered the opportunity to pursue stability, tackle challenges, and achieve long-term goals. Here's how Wheeler Housing opens the door to healing. Structured shared living, an affordable and supportive environment where residents can focus on their sustained recovery with like-minded individuals. Personalized support. Staff create a plan with each individual to address their unique challenges and work toward their goals. Financial coaching. We offer support for ongoing financial health to help them continue to build the foundations for a sustainable financial future. Emotional and spiritual healing. Residents have access to counseling and spiritual support, allowing them to heal from past trauma and rebuild their sense of self-worth. Through supportive housing, individuals find more than just a place to live. They find hope, community, and a path forward. At Wheeler Mission, we're committed to providing a space for healing, growth, and transformation. Thank you for supporting this life-changing opportunity. Together, we're helping individuals rebuild their lives and create a brighter future.
Welcome, my name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. Being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
Okay. Hi guys, it's Perry again, and so we're still having conversations on the bench for the next 22 or 21 plus hours. I'm getting loopy already, but I am so excited. You know, the next person who agreed to come and sit with me on the bench is Christine. Now, Christine, I always have a hard time pronouncing your last name. Can you tell the people what your last name is?
Christine is great, but Christine Neganding.
Okay, Christine, gotcha. Thank you so much. And she is president, CEO, president and chief medical officer, of Adult and Child, one of the premier healthcare organizations in town. And so thank you for coming and sitting on the bench. And so I usually start off by saying I kind of apologize for the bench. It's not the most comfortable bench, but I'm going to have to sleep on this and everything.
It's great. It's a good bench. Very comfortable,
But there's
actually.
a story there. You know, we have a addiction and alcohol recovery program down in near Bloomington, Indiana, and part of that is we have a pallet shop, you know, where it's a social enterprise, and it employs folks, gives them livable skills, as well as makes money for us, right?
Yeah, nice.
You know, and we sell about $1.3 million a year in pallets.
Wow.
And so we got all that wood down there, and I said, guys, can you make a bench for me?
Yes.
And so the guys who were once formerly homeless, who worked for us in our pallet shop, made this for me.
Oh, it's
and so
lovely.
it has a story.
I think it's lovely.
So what we're going to do is we're just kind of an authentic, transparent conversation. And why don't you tell the folks what you do at Adult and Child and what Adult and Child does. And really, one of the key things I want to know is how you've come to sit here on this hard bench with me today.
Okay, sounds good. So Adult and Child, you know, we're a local community mental health center. We're a CCBHD, which is a certified community behavioral health center. We're a federally qualified health center, so we provide primary care, mental health treatment, addictions treatment.
Gotcha.
Other services, and we've been partnering with Wheeler since
how long? A long time.
At least 2011, and so probably before that.
Wow.
And so we have our homeless resource team who goes to Wheeler Men's at least weekly. We have some staff, our sort of community treatment team, who's at Wheeler Women's and Children's, and they're embedded there. And so we really have this wonderful collaboration, and we're so grateful, really, for it, because I think it's a perfect match.
It is.
Of providing safe and secure housing so people can obtain health care that they need, and vice versa. So we've had a great experience, and we just keep growing our collaboration.
Yeah, we are.
And I love that, because I know that you collaborate with so many agencies in the area.
Well, we love Adult and Child and what you do, and we can't think of a better partner to help us with some of the things that we need help with.
Yeah,
we can't do everything, you know, and
Right.
you can't do everything.
Exactly.
So it really takes a team and collaboration. So help me understand, in terms of homelessness. I saw your question, and what is it that I can answer for you? What are some questions that you have about homelessness, or one of the things that you most burning question that you really wanted to know sitting here on the bench with me?
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of questions. I think one thing I always think about is that intersection of healthcare and people experiencing homelessness. And, my first question would be around that, what can we do as a healthcare agency better, or how can we better collaborate?
Sure.
How can we reach more people? And then I think the second question is just around, what other services are out there that we could help connect, right?
Yeah.
So Wheeler, because I know we feel so blessed to be able to interact with so many people from Wheeler and other people who do not have safe and secure housing, right? And so we just learn so much and we grow, and we just feel like there's always more to be done because Wheeler and so many agencies are trying so hard to help people find safe and secure housing and maintain it. And, what more can be done? So that's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah. I mean, that's a loaded question. There's a lot there. Well, I mean, one of the first things that I think of is more awareness. I mean, people have to know what we do. People just think of Wheeler as food, clothing, and shelter. And I'm sure they have some common misconceptions about adult and child. So it's really kind of awareness and breaking down the barriers to awareness. And that's really people like you and me, who often have to be the face of our organizations, at least spokespeople for our organizations, who have to go out there and talk and educate. So that's one of the things that we do. And I really try to bring it home in as simple a terms as possible. There was a movie not long ago that said, "Explain it to me like I'm a 6-year-old." And that's what I really try to do because it is a complex issue. The issues that you deal with every day is extremely complex. The things that we deal with encompass some of the same issues that you deal with. And so I try to make it as simple, that is so simple that a 6-year-old can understand it. Last night or normally what we see is 60 to 65% of the people who come to us every night through our doors. And I had a little over 700 people last night, men, women, and children last night. And it's not even cold yet, come through our doors. About 60, 65% of those folks were experiencing some mental challenges. And is that the right way to talk about that?
Yeah, mental illness.
And I got in trouble one time because I did say mental illness, and
it's fine.
Okay. But individuals who are experiencing mental illness or mental challenges and some kind of addiction, so that 1-2 punch is often what we see coming through our doors, and that's usually 60 to 65% of the folks. And so that's a lot of the folks that we deal with each and every day. So I think awareness is important at all different kind of levels. And I think it's incumbent upon us to continue to keep open doors and for collaboration. We have a sacred obligation to be creative and innovative, right? And not just stuck in the stale solutions of the past. So that's incumbent upon us to stay on top of what's happening nationally with our brother and sister organizations across the country and knowing national trends, but more importantly, just knowing what's happening on the ground, what's happening in our own communities. And that's just keeping our ear to the ground and just being out there and being aware of what can we do to understand those issues so that we can help bring creative, innovative solutions to our community. So the last question you had is about who else or what other resources. There are so many resources out there. And I'm sure I don't know all of them, and you don't know all of them. And there's some grassroots resources that are popping
especially here in the area,
up all the time. And so, it's just hard to keep track sometimes. But what I want to do is just encourage anybody who has resources or know of other resources that we can utilize or bring to bear in the work that both of us do in our respective organizations. Please tell us. Just let us know. And I'm sure she would also like to know that information, and I definitely would like to know that information.
Absolutely.
So, one of the things that I'm asking people is about your organization. What is one big common misperception out there that people might or might not have about your organization that you want to try to dispel? Some kind of misconception out there. And how can they help?
There's still a lot of stigma, right, around treatment, around mental health treatment, around addictions treatment. And so I think that's the education, is providing education to help people understand that these are illnesses, right? They're all illnesses like diabetes, and they all need treatment. And that we also, as you're talking about innovation, there's been so much innovation in healthcare, and not just medications, but our approach, right? And so how we treat the whole person and how we provide integrated care and how we walk alongside people. We don't dictate to people what their treatment should be. We figure out, what do you want? What's going to help you grow? And I know you do that at Wheeler as well. You walk alongside. And so I think that's a huge misconception. And that's one thing that we try to break down with our education, is that stigma and the barriers. And to tell people, when you come in our doors, you're welcome. You're welcome, and we will provide you whatever you desire and need, right? We're not going to dictate anything to you. We just want to provide you with services to help you grow and to be healthier and to be happier.
If you're a queen for a day, somebody gave you a magic wand, to wave over everything, you had all the resources at your fingertips.
Yeah.
What is the one or two things that you would most definitely do right off the bat?
Oh, right off the bat, I think I would find a way, right, to provide healthcare just to everyone who needs it, everyone who wants it, and just get rid of that stigma. Somehow do that, right? I think that would be really the goal, because as a community, if we can just get to be healthier in general, then it takes a lot of the barriers down for other things that we need to do.
Okay, that would be a big one to
Yeah.
be able to do that. Right?
Well, you said I was queen for a day, so I'm
you
gonna do
are a
it.
queen, with unlimited resources.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So one of the things that I'm from a small town in Kentucky, and one of the things that led me to my work here is I'm the most unlikely CEO of a homeless shelter or organization of its kind in the country. Because I never thought I'd be here.
Yeah.
But what about you? What led you? What got you to there at adult and child?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you a quick story.
Okay, I love stories.
Yeah, so I'm a psychiatrist, right?
Okay.
And so in my 4th year of residency, I just really had the privilege of working with a mentor who opened a psychiatric clinic in this shelter in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Okay.
And so my last year, I spent almost all my time in this clinic, and I went out one day because I was able to go out to people who were living in the tent populations and so forth. And so I went out, and being a naive and ignorant physician, I thought like I had the answers. So this is why I've learned to walk alongside.
My son is
and
a
not
neurologist.
dictate. Yes,
He's
so
a
you get
naive
that.
and ignorant neurologist.
Yes, early on, we all think we know it all, right? And so
Yeah.
I went out and I was talking to an individual who was clearly experiencing some psychosis, and I thought, medication, this is what you need to do. And I'm trying to dictate to someone what they need, and they didn't want it. So I came back and I talked to my mentor, and he said, did you ask what this person wants? What do they want? And so
Simple question.
Simple question. So I went back the next day and I apologized because, and I said, what do you want? And I still get teary when I think about it.
Oh.
He said, I want clean, dry socks. That's what I want. And so I went back and I got clean, dry socks, and it was so emotional, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we developed a relationship. And about a year later, he was in our clinic, and we were providing care and being that relationship to find out really need. What do they want? Not what I think is going to be the solution. So since that time, 20 plus years ago, I've always worked in community mental health and so forth. So I've always been super passionate, right, about just finding ways to help people who are experiencing homelessness.
So how can people help your organization?
I think really it's just the same thing with Wheeler, getting the word out that we're here. We're in the community. We're in the greater Indianapolis area. We have lots of services we can provide, and people, and we welcome collaboration. Like we are big with working with many partners in the area, and so I think that's the biggest thing for us.
Now, be honest. This is supposed to be an honest, transparent, and authentic conversation. We're unscripted, right?
Yes, absolutely.
What did you think when you heard we invited you to sit here on the bench with me on Conversations on the Bench? What did you think? Because this is the stupidest idea in the world. Tell me what your
I thought it was brilliant, and I really did. I'm being authentic. I really am.
Okay.
Because, it's sometimes you get this perception that CEOs or chief medical officers are somehow not reachable people, right? And you're not real people.
That's right.
And you don't care to the level that people think you care. And so I think it's great. And I think it's great that you're talking to just a variety of, everybody who wants to come up and talk. And so
And trust me, a couple of them have already come up and
See, I love
just
it.
off the street and talked to me.
because that's how you learn,
That's
right?
right.
And so, no, I thought it was a great idea, and I love the bench. I think this is
Yeah.
a lovely bench. So
As hard as it is.
yes, and I just really appreciate you being out here all day, right, all night, and to just help bring awareness, right, to this.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time off out of your busy schedule. You're probably off of work right now,
I
right?
am
on
off
your
of
way home.
work. I get to go home to my
Okay,
family.
Nice,
Yes. So
nice,
yeah.
nice. I think we're getting pizza from
Okay.
Hasbo's Pizza. I'm smelling it. It smells
I know.
so good.
That's right.
So I can't wait. But thank you
Thank you so much.
I really
Thank you.
appreciate you and your courage. This is courageous to come and sit to somebody. This is the first time we've met,
It is.
right?
Yes.
And it's courageous to come and talk about our organizations. Really appreciate everything you do, community. keep up the good work. So, and I just want you to know that's office right there on the 3rd floor.
All right.
You got a direct line,
That's right.
and I consider us friends.
Absolutely.
Friends,
This was
really
absolutely
friends.
wonderful. Thank you so much. I
You
appreciate
can
the
always
opportunity.
call me and talk to me and just have a direct line to me. And I hope the same for me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. That's so great. Great
Thank
to
you so
talk
much.
to you. Thank you.
Go home and get some food.
I will. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Hannah, and I am the program manager of Compass Kids. Compass Kids is an early childhood center serving the 30 families that live at the Center for Women and Children. Our goal is to provide a loving and safe, Christ-centered environment for the children in our care while partnering with families we serve to help foster individual and family-related goals. We are a state licensed site with students from 6 weeks old to age 13. During the school day, we have 4 classrooms, infant to preschool, that focus on developmental milestones, Christ-centered curriculum, and sensory integration. After school, children get off the bus from local elementary schools to come to Compass Kids for REC, our after-school program for release, experience, and connection. Because some of our students have experienced significant trauma, we provide a sensory room for children to use one-on-one with our teachers to encourage the understanding of their body and how to support the sensations they're feeling. Our team of early childhood educators are trained in co-regulation, touch points, and the language of the nervous system to foster an environment of growth for our students. Ultimately, Compass Kids is intentional to offer a Christ-centered and trauma-informed environment to equip students for the next step of their little lives.
Welcome. My name's Bethany. Today we're highlighting one of the most impactful services at Wheeler Mission, our aftercare services. Let's take a look at how we continue supporting individuals after they complete our programs. Aftercare services help our former guests maintain a stable, fulfilling life. We don't just say goodbye when someone finishes a program. We offer ongoing support that's personalized for each guest. Here's how we help. Case management. With each person, we brainstorm solutions and resources for challenges that might impede their stability. Support groups. We support their connection with a community for accountability and emotional strength. Financial coaching. We assist with financial coaching to help each individual strengthen their ability to weather future financial challenges. Housing assistance. Help them maintain permanent, stable housing, either through Wheeler's housing programs or community options. With aftercare support, many guests rebuild their lives, find new hope, and thrive in their communities. Together, we're helping people build brighter futures by offering the space, security, the tools, and the support to heal. Together, we are making a difference. Welcome. My name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process, and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. Being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
I have rickets. I have reconstructive surgery from my hip to my ankles. My spine broke 3 times. My feet were turned backwards. I'm in a medical history book for the first person in the United States that had a procedure done. I spent a lot of time in body casts. I spent 10 years in the hospital. The first time I was able to play with other kids was in 1971. I never seen the school until I was in the 5th grade. It was hard because all my friends were chronic patients. I lost a lot of friends in the hospital. Car surgeries, cancer, different other things. And the only friends I had was in the hospital. I never knew what it was to run, jump, play, meet other kids outside of the hospital that didn't have an illness. And they used to bully me. I'm a recovering addict now. I was a dealer, dealing in the drugs. A friend of mine introduced me to it, and I tried it and couldn't stop. I was incarcerated. During my incarceration, me and my wife was separated, but we was trying to get our life back together. My wife passed away September the 16th.
Of 23?
And my kids had to put my wife down. They allowed me to be there in spirit because I was able to talk to my family during the proceedings. But upon my re-entry back into society, I didn't have nowhere to go. My wife is the best thing that ever happened to me. I was married for 32 years. Still to this day, I miss her. I really need her. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. I had grandkids and never met me because of my addiction. I've been clean 5 years. I ain't never been homeless. I didn't ever know what it's like to be homeless. I mean, I see them out there in the streets, but now I'm a part of them. It's not a bad thing. Some people want help, but some people don't. I want the ones to do. My grandkids, they deserve to know who I am. My grandparents gave me an opportunity to get to know them. My kids need the opportunity to know me. What helps me is that I thought about my death. I had a massive heart attack in 17. I died on the table. I don't know how long I was out of water, but God opened my eyes back up. When I left the hospital, I went back to doing the drugs. But God scared me again. But this time I listened. I told him I have an addiction that I didn't have no control over. And I want to help. So I ended up incarcerated. I don't care about what I went incarcerated for, but it gave me an opportunity to get clean. And it was the best thing ever done. I could be dead now. This helped me a whole lot because I see what a lot of guys are going through. I don't want to go back to what I once was. I hope the people support the mission because there's people here that really needs help now. There's guys here that do want to leave here. There's guys that do want to get clean, but they just like me. They're controlled by something that they don't understand.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room. We have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of the free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored. Husband and wives are getting back together. The kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed. And I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time, it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with ourselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
So I started working at Wheeler Mission because Wheeler Mission saved my life. I originally came over from Ohio and went through one of our longest programs, the Hebron Addiction Recovery Program, in 2006. And my life was never the same. And I knew from that point on that God could do anything in anybody's life. and he was doing a lot of great work here at Wheeler Mission, and I wanted to be a part of this ministry for a long time. My original career was in sales and marketing, and when God brought me here to Wheeler Mission, he just continued to open up doors for me to be able to use those skills in this ministry. And so I worked for the men's program for a little while, but ultimately I came over to work for development, and I've worked for development since 2009, working my way into the leadership team and continuing to grow my career here at Wheeler Mission and being on the executive team starting in 2023. And again, God continues to open doors for me to be a part of this ministry, and I continue to fall in love with all areas of this ministry. So the culture around us is always changing. But one thing I've loved about Wheeler Mission is that Wheeler Mission has stayed true to follow God and be Christ-centered in everything that we do. And I'm excited that that's the vision moving forward. And so my goal is that no matter what the turmoil is in this community, that more and more people will get the opportunities that people like me receive to come in, receive the opportunities to be inside of our programs and to experience the life change that people have been experiencing for over 130 years. And so that will continue. I'm excited that we continue to grow to meet the needs, and this community continues to support us to make sure that we're here to take care of every single person that we can.
My why of being here is a deeply rooted faith in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and there's a calling, on my life, and a part of that calling is to advocate for those that can't speak for themselves, the voiceless. Also to advocate for those that have been marginalized, as well as not only externally, but internally as well. I want to be an advocate for our staff because they also need to be heard. And so by me being in this position, I'm able to do that. And consequently, like I always say, as go the staff, so go the guests. And so while we are taking care of our guests and we're serving our guests, there's also a service that we need to be very conscious of when it comes to taking care of our staff. And I think that's one of the reasons why I know that I've been called here to Wheeler. For a number of years, I've been in the field of mental health and substance use disorder. I had the oversight over an entire continuum of care where I was able to deal with and to watch the progress of those that suffer from mental health and substance abuse. So I'm a licensed mental health counselor and a licensed clinical addictions counselor as well as an ordained minister. So it was a perfect fit for me in terms of poising me, at least God poising me for such a time as this to be able to join the family of Wheeler. That's a great question because the sky is the limit, and that's not just a cliche for me. It really is in terms of what we're going to be doing in the next 5 years. I suppose at the forefront is the permanent supportive care. And so that's just an extension of our portfolio of what we already do. We do programming well. We do emergency sheltering well, but a continuation of our permanent supportive care that we already provide in the CWC, but also we're looking to expand that overall into the men's program as well. And so when I look at that, I know that there's a place for us, and there's definitely a need that's not being fulfilled within the city. As far as the other challenges that I see, I'd have to say that as we are being invited to sit at the table with the other providers, I think we shouldn't shy away from our voice being heard in terms of our own life transforming programs, and especially not to shy away from the name of Jesus Christ and trust God and have the faith that even though we stand firm in our faith, that not only will be accepted, but it will also end up being, one of the main modalities that's used throughout, our city.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, hope, healing.
Fall Festival.
Oh yeah.
Great. Thank you guys for coming back. I have got a very special guest with me right now, and he's agreed to sit here and talk to me on the bench and have a conversation. Alan Witchy, right?
Right,
Alan?
that's right.
Witchy?
Just like a Halloween witch.
Oh, perfect time of year.
Yeah,
right?
perfect time of year. October, we're almost at Halloween. My name always is popular this time of year.
Well, Alan is president and CEO of a very revered organization in town called the Damien Center. And I'm so privileged and blessed to have you here, sitting here on this rather hard bench. And,
yeah, it's not too bad. You got some nice cushions here.
Yeah, but I've got to sleep on it too, right? So the bench has a good story. Before we launch into kind of your story.
Yeah, let's hear it.
The bench has a good story. We run drug and alcohol addiction recovery programs, and one of our programs is what we call down in Camp Hunt. It's a 300-acre facility we have south, kind of near the Bloomington area.
Yeah.
Generous donor donated to us back in 1958. And it's got everything down there. And so part of what we have down there is a pallet shop, a wood pallet shop. We have on average 40 to 50 men down there, 9-month intensive, hardcore drug and alcohol addiction recovery program. And part of the therapy is work therapy. And so we make pallets, custom made pallets. And I said, hey, we got lots of wood. You can make me a bench. Make me a bench for conversations on a bench.
I love it. So this is from the pallets.
Made it from the wood that we use in our pallet shop. But importantly, Alan, it's made by men in our program who were once experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, it's so important. That program has been great. I've seen that over the years. We've known people who've gone to it and come back and had a lot of success with it. So it's definitely a big commitment of like 9 months, right?
9 months, and we have, we're working on it, but from my understanding, from national standards, we have a pretty good rate of success.
You do, really?
About 50%.
Yeah.
So only about 50% of people who enter exit after the end of the 9 months.
Yeah.
So, there's so many other quick fix programs out there, and I'm not naming names.
No,
Trust me, I'm not naming any names.
We need the programs on all the spectrum, so it's all good. But you guys are doing great work with that one.
Appreciate it. Well, tell me about you. Tell me about your organization. And part of this is for me to listen, right?
Yeah.
And understand how we can be a better partner with everybody that we're sitting down with. So tell me about Damien Center.
Yeah.
How you came to be at Damien Center, but equally as important, how you came to sit here on this hard bench with me.
Well, so Damien Center, we've been around for almost 40 years. It'll be a 40-year anniversary soon. And we started really during the height of the HIV epidemic. So our organization came about providing supportive services to people who were living with HIV, things like case management, housing assistance, and employment assistance, all those, food. And we really, at that time, HIV was a death sentence.
40 years ago,
40 years ago, people were just dying. So we'd have anywhere, 25, 30 funerals a month that we were doing. Of course, today it's such a much better world where people are living longer and healthy lives. But I think the really thing that
you have a different set of challenges.
It is a whole different set. Some of which really still continue to overlap with your work. But how Damien really got connected to Wheeler in the first place was so many people were going through their life savings and their all the funds they had. And then once the medications were getting better, they had no money and no resources. And so there was such a large population ending up homeless and on the streets. And Wheeler really has been a good partner through all of this. It's the only, large shelter in the community that can really help support people who are experiencing homelessness. So
that's why we're here.
Yeah.
We next Tuesday is our 132nd birthday.
Wow.
We've been here through World War I, World War II, Vietnam
We're still
War.
a baby then compared to you.
40 years is
Yeah.
40
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
I mean, your organization sprung out of a need.
Yes.
And the need was to serve a certain population.
Yeah.
Our need was to serve a certain population back then.
Yeah.
Mary Wheeler started out with women. Leave it up to the women.
That's
they always saw
that's who's going to get it done. That's who's going to get it done.
So Mary Wheeler and a small band of women from I think a central church here in Indianapolis back in 1893 saw women and children being dropped off at Union Station, which at the time was the heart of downtown Indianapolis, being abandoned.
Yeah.
No place to go, no one to save them or help them. And back then in 1893, a woman and a child without a man to help them was just essentially abandoned.
Yeah.
And so they saw a need. And, one of my favorite quotes is by Margaret Mead. I'm sure you know the quote. Never doubt, that a small group of committed people can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has.
Exactly.
So
I agree. I love that quote.
I firmly believe that.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we were founded, similarly, in some ways, we were founded by the Catholic Archdiocese and the Episcopal Diocese jointly came together. And Earl Connor was an Episcopal minister who really was our founder as an organization. And so those two faith communities created us. And really, for a very, very long time, were how the organization even could exist and be supportive.
That's a fun fact I didn't know.
Yeah. So it's really interesting. We were originally located in the old Catholic high school on Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Today we're in an old, I think it was an old Lutheran high school on the Near East Side. And, that's how we work with your team a lot now because we're close. We're really close to
physically
you.
close.
Physically close. And, the women's shelter, Colleen, I always have to do a call out to Colleen.
She's coming here at 10:30.
Oh, she's coming at 10:30?
So she's going to be here in the middle of the night.
All right. Well, maybe I'll come back or maybe I'll leave a written note for her. We can not come back. But she's really, but your whole team's been really wonderful. I mean, we come and we do everything from, testing and connection.
You come over
and
our shelter.
Yeah. And, really at the heart of it, we do housing and you all do sheltering. So we're really a perfect, partner because we have various different permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing and temporary housing. And we help people who are experiencing short-term homelessness to long-term with disability. And so we frequently are working with your teams to in our coordinated entry system to find the people that we're housing. And so it's really a good partnership. I think we want to take people from the shelter and get them housed, and that helps because it opens up a new spot. You guys are never empty, right?
And we're never closed.
Never closed. Yeah.
We are often called the front door to homelessness
Yes.
in our community.
Yes.
Give me the stats. Give me the stats about Damien Center, employees, budgets,
Yeah.
the people you serve every day, or, how do you do that? How do you count those?
So we serve about 11, we served last year over 11,000 unique people.
Wow. Okay.
And
Wow.
it's a variety of programs. So we have a medical clinic, we have a mental health and behavioral health center. So we do a lot of substance use, counseling. We have a syringe exchange program that helps people, it helps prevent the spread of HIV and hepatitis C. We do food services. So we have a food pantry and meals, hot meals that we serve. We do just sort of a whole host of different outreach into the community and testing. And but really at the heart of it is our two main programs, our medical care and our housing programs.
Medical care.
So so housing, we have programs for people who are survivors of domestic violence, people living with HIV, young people 18 to 24 who are living on the streets. We have we do a master leasing program with the city. We do all kinds of different programs. One that's very specifically for people who are struggling with health related issues. So various different contracts and programs. And so many of those people, they're all people who come into our programs are all experiencing literal homelessness. So many of them are either in your shelters or they're at the camps. And now that the city's doing this sort of Streets to Home initiative, we're part of that as well.
You are part of Streets to Home.
Yes, yeah, we are. So we'll have 4 case managers in that program as well.
How's that going?
Good. I think we're just getting
new.
Yeah, it's really very new. The program that we've been doing with the city that's a little bit more exciting is for the last year we've been doing the master leasing program, which takes a lot of people that could not get a lease in their name, and we put the lease in our name. And so then they actually don't have to go through all the backgrounds of the red tape and that get rejected, which is frequently happens. So we're able to take people who might have been long-term stayers at the shelter or in the camps and house them for the first time. So that's been one of our more exciting programs for sure.
Well, great. That's very exciting.
Yeah.
You do a lot more than I thought that you did in the community. This is the first time we've met. Right?
Yes, yeah,
We've
it
both
is.
been in our positions for a while.
How long
have you been CEO?
So I've been for 7.5 years, and I was there once before and had left and moved out to Southern California, but came back like a boomerang. But I knew your predecessor, Rick, very well, and had been here a long time and had really got a chance to get to know him and how important he was to the community and to the organization, and really making things successful in terms of housing, sheltering people who were struggling with
I'm glad
housing.
to finally meet you. I mean, we've seen each other on Zoom calls,
Yeah.
I've seen your emails, and and so there's a specialness to what we do in the community.
100%.
I mean, it is not easy work.
Right.
It is gut-wrenching work. It is work that, for me, it was a calling to do this work, and I'm sure the same.
Yeah, I feel the same. I mean, I think, if you have a calling, you do it whether you want to or not, or you plan to or not.
We don't have a choice.
So it's kind of what it is, right? And so you lean into it.
Yeah, you do. Tell me one common misconception that a lot of people in the community might have about the people that you serve every day.
Well, I think I would say there's maybe a couple. One is that people think HIV and the HIV epidemic is over, and so they don't think that new cases are coming up. Where every year, and in our community in particular, HIV cases are still going up. Unfortunately, it's on the rise. Just like homelessness. And maybe for your audience in particular, people might not know is the connection between. So our two of our biggest issues are addiction and HIV, and the connection between those and homelessness and all the work that you do. So, a lot of I mean, we have an intensive outpatient therapy program, and we have harm reduction based programs. So we kind of have the gamut of the different types. And a lot of people really think that HIV is an LGBTQ issue, and it's not. It's like there's all kinds of people, anybody and everybody can get HIV. So we always say everybody should get tested, everybody should know their status, and we're able to find that, able to work with your team and other teams in town to make sure we're identifying people, and that those people are particularly important to get into medical care, because if you're in medical care and you're on your medications, you won't spread HIV. And that's what we're seeing in the homeless population. It's much more prevalent in the homeless population than it is in other populations.
We saw about, I get a daily report.
Yes.
I'm sure you do too.
Mm-hmm.
A daily report, we saw a little over 700 people last night, men, women, and children. And about 60 to 65% of those individuals who are experiencing homelessness are also experiencing some type of mental health challenge and some kind of addiction.
Yeah.
And so,
it's very common. And, with the neighborhood that we're in the same neighborhood as you. So I think in the morning, people come up and leave the shelter, and many of them come down to get something, some service from us, and
then they come back to us.
Yes, and they come back to you at night and dinner, and so it's good to know you from that perspective, because we do work with your team a lot. Some really great people.
No, thank you so much for being a great partner in the community.
Yeah.
One of the things that you I'd noticed that you had asked when you registered,
Mm-hmm.
and we asked you to be here.
Yeah.
Right. We invited you to be here. And some people took us up on that. Some people didn't, and quite frankly, I'm not mad at that. And I'm not upset by that, because what that allows us to do is, talk to people who just walked up, and Alan, I've already had some walk-ups already, and I expect many more as the night wears on. And I welcome that. That's what we're here for, authentic, transparent conversations. As well as for people who are experts. You're considered an expert in the community.
Oh, well, thank you.
And we want to make sure that we got the experts here to talk about some of these issues. And so one of your questions when you registered, we asked everyone's kind of, what do you want to talk to Perry about? Basically you were asking, what can we do to the growing need? There's a growing need in our community.
There is.
For a homeless services.
And we see it. I mean, I think we're seeing more people walk in our doors. You must be feeling it too. And I think as housing rates are going up and evictions happen, and it becomes much harder to think about, like, how are we going to have some real solutions? And I'm curious, like, how are you guys thinking about it?
We are thinking every day about it.
Yeah.
Right? And me and my executive team, which Colleen is part of the executive team. And one of the things that we are really we piloted and had great success in the last 2 to 3 years, and we just got some approval from our board with some additional funding to pilot more and double the program. And hopefully, when we have the data, we will have be able to increase that pilot even more. We need affordable housing, Alan.
Yes, we do.
I mean, we're the front door of homelessness, right? Drug and alcohol addiction recovery programs. They can go. Yeah. People can be in our programs for 1, 3, 9, 12 months.
Yeah.
So as long as 24 months.
Yeah.
Right. So, but by the time we have basically done our work.
Yeah.
With the individual, they could have matriculated through our facilities here in Indianapolis, gone down to Bloomington, and come back up here working.
Yes.
40% of my 200 plus employee workforce.
Yeah.
Was once was in our program. They're program graduate. Right?
That's amazing. That's wonderful.
And so that's a blessing and a curse. Trust me, because we know, as you know, about relapse rates.
Yeah, it's very high.
It's very high. And so when you're the employer,
yes,
you have to deal with that. And so we can't be a regular run-of-the-mill employer.
Right.
And we know that there's a high rate of relapse within the first 5 years. So we deal with that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we think the benefits outweigh the
It
costs
does.
because they're
It's
front
wonderful
lines.
to do something
They've been
different.
there.
Yeah.
And they can
100%.
40% of my people, when they deal with the front, and they're a lot on the front lines, they know every trick of the book, and everything that they're going through, and it instantly lowers the barriers.
Yeah.
And so for us, lowering the barriers and having an authentic relationship is extremely important. But affordable housing. So we've always been the front door in this community.
Yeah.
Of homelessness for the last 132 years. One of the things we're seeing now is, we're piloting and have great success, with on the back end on affordable housing.
Yeah.
That's
exciting.
We're calling it sober affordable housing.
Yeah.
So small numbers, small
Yeah.
pilots, but we're really looking at that real hard because
So you haven't started that yet, but it's a strategic
we've had
priority?
some pilots out there.
Oh,
and
okay.
so, but they've been within our walls.
Okay.
Within the 4 walls.
Yes.
Right. One of them is right up there on the 4th
Oh,
floor.
yeah,
You
nice.
know, and so we call it the Hope House. Colleen has had
Yeah.
some women over there at the tower.
Yeah.
Small numbers
Yeah.
over the last 3 years. About 83 individuals have gone through, with one person who has not been able to progress to self-sufficiency.
Yeah.
But the other, so it's almost a 99+%
Yeah.
success rate. But now for the first time, we're piloting one outside our 4 walls.
That's great.
And so we're real excited by that. And so we'll see.
Yeah.
We're not sure what that's going to look like. And
I think it's really important because organizations can't stay the same when the situation around them is changing, right? So if we're struggling in our community to have affordable housing and seeing increased rates, it just is logical that you sort of ask yourselves these questions and think about it.
I don't think, given the amount of eviction filings we have every month and the limited number of vouchers that are out there,
Right.
I don't think we can have enough
I agree.
organizations getting into the affordable housing game, however they want to do it.
I
right?
agree.
There's
agree.
different models and
I
different
agree.
people do it different ways. But the point is, we're getting people off the streets. And
I
just
agree.
Safe,
That's exciting.
Safe housing. And so that's exciting for us. And people ask me all the time, well, what's your vision? Rick ran we were fortunate to have Rick in the organization for 30 plus years.
Yeah.
It was a different time, Alan.
Yeah,
It's a different
definitely.
time. I've got a different set of challenges.
It's a very
than Rick has.
different time.
I'm sure, but
Yes.
your predecessor,
Very,
you
very
have a
much
totally
so.
different set of challenges.
Completely different.
And we have to rise to the occasion.
Yeah,
and
we do.
We have to define what those are
Yeah.
for our organization.
Yeah.
So,
So do you see yourself someday doing like new housing development? Is
I
that
knew you were
something?
going to ask me that.
Yeah.
I knew. We've got we're working with Bridges right now, or with Inglewood Development Corporation.
Yeah,
We're
they're
providing the
a great
wraparound
partner, yeah.
services only.
Yeah.
We're not the developer, the
Yeah.
owner, or anything like that. And so when I say we're going beyond the 4 walls, we're leasing a house.
Yeah, but that's not bad. The way to
that's
start.
part,
Yeah.
So that's some different kind of experience than providing the wraparound services. I can't tell you where it's going to end up, but I'm going to be hard pressed, the next 5 to 10 years to see me do a capital campaign for more emergency shelter servicing.
Right.
We've got the beds.
Yes.
We've
yes.
got the beds.
We've got the beds.
And then but now the question is, what's next for us? And so I don't know that answer. And but like I said, I don't think there can be too many options for affordable housing.
I agree. And I think it in order to get there, it has to be new or even existing people stepping up in different ways.
Yep.
So I think we've always done scattered site housing, right? So we don't really own any, but we've said the same thing. We can't even find the units. While we might provide the subsidies to the units and support people. And we serve anywhere around 700 to 900 people housed or keep them housed in a year. But it's not enough. And a big challenge is having enough units and finding the units to be able to help people get into.
Yeah.
So I think we're asking ourselves that very same question. What should our role be, and should we step up in different kinds of ways? So it's exciting because I think some people are stepping back.
Yes.
And so it's important for organizations like Wheeler and Damien to step forward and step into it more.
So tell me, so that's enough about what we do.
Yeah.
Tell me about who you are.
Alan,
tell me about your family. Sure. You talked about Southern California. Are you a California boy?
No, I was born and raised in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yes. And so I'm a Hoosier at heart. But I went out to California for about 5 years. So this is the second time I worked at Damien Center. So I worked at Damien Center once before and was there for about 6 years. And then I went off to California and I ran a similar organization in Southern California. And every winter I asked myself, why did I come home? Because
tonight's a frost warning, right?
I know.
I know. Just a side note.
Where's your parka?
I am a
You're
very
gonna need a
cold-natured person, which is why we have the heater here, and I've got a blanket, and I've got a bigger coat in the car.
You're gonna need
but
it.
I'm gonna need it, but it's kind of funny. But I'm the last person that I thought would be on a bench in October, in Indiana, and we've had 70, 80-degree weather so far.
I
And the
know.
one
And then
night
the
I'm
one
going to
night-
spend 24 hours, we get the first frost warning of the year. My luck, So
it's the test. It's the challenge.
Yeah.
It's just to make sure you're really committed to this.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So,
I came back.
tell me about you.
Yeah, so I came back with when I had a daughter. So
Okay.
I wanted my daughter to know my mom.
Midwest roots.
Yeah, and I wanted her to know her cousins, and so I really the move back was really about family.
Good for you.
Wanting
Good for
to.
you.
I think most important thing in life is your family.
Absolutely.
So I just thought, like, what am I doing out here in California raising my kid with a bunch
Welcome
of
back.
people straight?
Welcome back to the Midwest.
Yeah. So
fantastic.
So it was good.
So are you here for a while?
Oh yeah, this is it. I think I'm staying here now. I don't know. As I decide to retire someday, maybe I'll change my mind.
Oh, you're
and wanna
young. You
move
got a long
south.
time.
Yeah.
Now,
But
me, on the other hand, that's
yeah.
a different story. I'm old. Look at this gray hair.
You're not from? Are you from here?
I'm from
originally?
Kentucky.
You're from Kentucky.
I grew
yeah,
up in
that's
Kentucky,
what's up.
small town in Kentucky, 900 people, one stoplight.
Oh.
64 my graduating class in high school.
Oh.
4 of us went to college.
Wow.
2 of us that I know have graduated. I'm a first generation college graduate, so I'm from
Me
a
too.
really
Me too,
small
yeah.
town. Really small town.
Well, I'm not from that small of a town, but that is Kentucky, so right south of
Western Kentucky. South of Owensboro, Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
Which is right across the river from Evansville.
Okay, yeah.
So
yeah,
it gives you kind of some geographic reference.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I
Yeah,
know
so
that.
that's where. So my wife and I matriculated up to graduate school, law school through IU.
Yeah.
And then Minnesota, Richmond, Virginia, North Carolina, back to Indianapolis, up to Fort Wayne. So I
Okay,
lived in
so
Fort
you've
Wayne.
been there.
I was with a company called Lincoln Financial
Yeah,
there,
yeah, absolutely.
and then then I came back, and my wife and I raised 2 boys, 35 and 31.
Yeah.
I've got 2 grandkids. And
Yeah.
but we've been back here now for 23 years. So I mean,
well,
this is
my daughter is just this year at IU Bloomington for her first year. So I don't have any grandkids yet, and I keep telling her. I keep saying, like, don't rush into it. Don't rush into it. Take your time.
But the biggest thing when you do become a grandparent,
Yeah.
let me tell you, just like, what's your name going to be?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's your name?
I'm Grandpa.
Your grandpa?
I'm
Okay.
Grandpa, but
Now, what about the other grandpa?
So my daughter-in-law is Korean.
Okay.
Her family is her family immigrated from South Korea about 50 years ago.
Okay.
And she's the youngest of 3 kids, and so my son's a neurologist and she's a pediatrician. Her parents are on the East Coast. They're in Virginia, and so my son and his daughter, my son and my daughter-in-law moved from San Francisco 3 years ago to work in the government.
Oh.
And so he works at the VA administration. So he's
Okay.
a heart for public policy. And I don't understand it. You're a neurologist. Why don't you see patients? But he likes healthcare policy. And
Sure.
so with the VA administration, he's something. I really know what he does. And,
We need good people doing that work.
yeah. But her parents are there in Virginia.
Okay.
And so he is. It's a Korean name, and Habuji.
Oh, okay.
And
Habuji.
Habuji is a grandfather. I hope I'm, for all.
Well,
my
you weren't
Asian
really,
American friends.
you were not competing for the grandpa title.
no,
I mean, you
had
just
no
pretty
problem.
much just got it,
I had
right?
no problem.
That's
And
good.
My wife is Mimi.
Oh, see,
So
she's
she's
Mimi.
Mimi.
All right.
So she's Mimi, and the other grandmother is Hominy. So it's
Oh.
Habuji and Hominy.
Okay.
And then Grandpa and Mimi.
All
And so
right.
you got to think about what your name is.
Yeah, I
So
don't know.
I'm just a grandpa. So
I'll have to see, but I'm okay with grandpa. I think that's
it could
okay.
be Pops.
Yeah,
It could be G-Pops.
Papa. Sometimes we say Papa.
Papa. Yeah.
G-Pops.
Grandpa. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Hopefully you got a ways for that.
Yeah, I hope I
She's
do.
a freshman?
Yeah, she's a freshman. She's just
What-
18.
what's she
So
studying?
criminal justice.
Okay,
So
good for her. So
yeah.
she's got a heart.
She does. She
Just like
does.
Dad.
I did not expect that. I thought for a long time, I thought, oh, she's going to be like business major or something. And then she was like, no, I'm going to do something to make a difference in the world. And I said,
Okay.
oh, all right, just be quiet, Dad. Don't say anything too excited. Because usually at this age, it's like whatever you propose, it's sort of like they wanted to do the opposite of this, you know. So to get her to go to IU, I had to pretend like I really wanted her to go to University of Cincinnati.
No, you're doing a little
So,
psychology trick.
yeah, absolutely. I was like, I think this U Cincy place is awesome. You should go there. Because as soon as I started talking about IU Bloomington, which is where I did my undergraduate, she was not interested. So I had to say, like, oh, it's not for everybody. So she ended up there.
Does she like Bloomington?
Oh, she loves it. She loves it.
We run the largest shelter in Bloomington as well.
Yeah, I know you guys do. It's because she was saying when she was learning about Bloomington and everything, she goes, Dad, Wheeler is here. Isn't that the same group that you work with in Indy? And I said, yeah.
We went there about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
We were asked to come into the market from another organization, Backstreet Ministries.
Okay.
And they asked us to come in there, and we saw the need.
Yeah.
You know, we're all about need. And then
how many beds do you guys have in Bloomington?
In Bloomington, we serve about 90 men every night in Bloomington.
Okay.
We used to serve women, but the need. There just wasn't the greatest need there, and we had a whole facility for women.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things the new CEO does is he kind of looks around at the operations and see how can I, what do we need to do strategically, and one of the things we had to do was close it, the women's operations down there. But I hope someday to start it back up, and we're in our first ever capital campaign down there.
Oh, good. Well, women really do experience homelessness very different than men.
Absolutely.
So oftentimes there's kids, and they're doubling up, and they're finding places to stay much more than men are sort of capable of doing. I say it nicest way as sitting here with two men, but women are just smart. They're very clever, and they figure out ways to handle themselves.
Where would we be
a lot of times
without
guys
the women
don't.
in our lives in this world, right?
Yeah.
Wheeler was basically started by Mary Wheeler, right? The wife of a Reverend, William Wheeler.
Yeah.
They're buried right up there at Crown Hill, both of them side by side.
It's crazy.
Yeah, 1893. So it's amazing. Before we go, and I know you're on your way home, you're going to have dinner, right?
Actually, I'm going down to Bloomington to pick up my kid because this is fall break. They only get a day off for fall break, so it's tomorrow.
Like it's Friday.
Yeah,
Monday.
so it's just Friday.
What are you going to do?
I'm
not to be nosy, but
this is sort of a funny thing. She doesn't know yet, but we're going to pack up.
She doesn't know?
You're
live.
I'm live. She'll find out. May find out right now. We're going to redo the kitchen, having some new cabinets put in.
In your house or hers?
In my house,
okay.
yeah. So she's coming to this weekend to help pack up the kitchen and put things in boxes, but she doesn't know it yet unless she's just seen this. So tomorrow will be a wonderful surprise on her fall break.
Oh, good for you.
Putting her to work. That's what we're going to do.
So don't you love 69?
Yeah.
69 makes the route down to Bloomington
cannot
so much
believe
better.
It. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness. We just zipped down there now.
Yeah. It's hard to believe. I mean, the way, used to take, take
exactly.
at least an hour and a half, 2 hours, and now it's like 60 minutes
less than an hour.
Yes, 100%.
It's wonderful.
Love it.
It's wonderful.
Love it.
So, state of Indiana, you done good.
You did good. Definitely.
So, before we leave, Alan, one of the things that I want to know is what can we be doing for you in your work? I didn't know you before today.
Yeah.
And so I consider you a friend now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, that's my office right there. You've got a direct line to me.
Okay.
I want you to know that.
All right. You might regret that. I may knock on your window. I may throw a stone at your window now.
Okay. Little pebble up there.
Yeah.
It won't be the first time.
Yeah.
This is the street, Alan. It won't be the first time. But I just want you to know that you have a hotline to me. And,
all right. Great.
You do good work in community. Different work.
Yeah. Different.
But good work.
Yeah.
And I just want you to know that I consider you a friend now, and I hope vice versa.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, but just what can we do to help you in your work in the community?
Well, I think it's great that we figure out, always strengthen our collaboration back and forth because we do different things.
Yes.
We want to get people from the shelters who need the services that we offer, the services, and we want to get the people that are coming in our doors who need the sheltering to your doors. And so I think that's been the most important way that we've tried to work together and continue, and we'll hopefully continue to do that.
You welcome anyone?
Yeah.
We welcome anyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same thing.
Yeah, I mean, we don't turn away anybody. We take everybody in who needs care and support. So it's whatever you need: medical, food, housing assistance, substance use counseling. We offer we have a pharmacy, so everybody that comes in gets their medications. For most people, like 85% of the people get their medications for free who walk in our door. The people who don't get them for free are, $5 to $10. It's just a nominal fee. We have all kinds of people walking.
I love it. I love it. I want people to stop and talk to me, right?
Yeah, we can invite them to sit at
and
the
looks
table.
like they're stopping. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. So anything we can do to strengthen that and sending people back and forth to get the care and support they need is great.
Fantastic conversation.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
appreciate you stopping by.
Definitely.
And good luck tomorrow with your daughter.
All right. And if I wake up in the middle of the night at 2 a.m,
I'm here.
I'll drive by and bring you a cup of coffee.
I love it. I asked for one or two segments ago. I looked in the camera and I said, "Bring me donuts." And guess what? Guess what showed up? Donuts.
You need to say pizza the next time, right? You gotta.
Well, they've got pizza coming for dinner.
Oh, they do.
So,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Well, as long as you got your dinner taken care of.
Oh, trust me. Doesn't look like I miss a meal. I don't miss any meals, Alan.
I know how you feel.
I wish I didn't, but I did.
Yeah, I understand.
Alan, thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
I appreciate
Pleasure.
it.
Yeah.
Love it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. That was Alan Witchy, this time of the year, and he's got an easy last name to pronounce. And I've just enjoyed the conversation with the president and CEO of Damien Center, one of the premier organizations, service providers here in town. And so we so appreciate the partnership. And so now that I have a personal friend in Alan, I just look forward to more collaborations in everything that we do. So thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You're free to go.
Right.
Okay. Head down to Bloomington. Zoom.
I was homeless and I was living outside. I became homeless when I got evicted from my apartment, which was a few years ago. I was living outside and I would like to walk around and I like to take the bus, especially when it was cold outside. I would just enjoy riding the bus and getting an all-day bus pass and riding the bus around town. And I saw this place and I just walked in the front doors and got a bed here. I saw that it was a shelter for women and children, so I just thought I'd give it a try. And you never know until you know. So just walked through the front door and got a little bit of paperwork to fill out. And that same evening, I got a bed in the winter contingency program. As of now, I've been in the higher ground program for 3.5 weeks. My mother did pass when I was younger, when I was around 5, and that really traumatized me and my family and I. And then I started having problems, like behavioral problems, when I was an adolescent, and when I was a teenager, it got worse. A lot of it came from my self-esteem. My self-esteem was very damaged by that event happening. And I did turn to drugs when I was an adolescent, when I was a teen. And then when I was a young adult, that's when I turned to more harder drugs that were more addictive. I have noticed some changes in myself since I have been here. Others definitely have noticed positive change in my character and in my personality than I have been able to notice. I feel much more confident now, and I do feel like everything's going to be okay, and I can really say that, and I really do feel that way. And the people that are around me now, they encourage and expect me to do better, and that helps a lot. So after I graduate this program, I do want to go back to school. I want to become a licensed nutritionist / dietitian. Before I came to Wheeler Mission, I felt I was coming from a place of desperation and feeling empty and numb. And after being here at the Wheeler Mission, I'm feeling much more ready and ready to take on life. Like, I got this, and I feel like everything's going to be okay. I am thankful to Wheeler Mission because they have equipped me with the tools and resources that I need to focus on the direction that I'm going with my life.
Really, my mom raised me. She worked 2 jobs. She was a single mother. It was just me and my sister fending for ourselves, and I chose to use drugs. Just continued down that path, and I thought that's all there was in life. I neglected the relationships around me. Didn't care about anybody but myself, and if I didn't get what I wanted, then I took it out on everybody. I was in Monroe County Jail, and I was staying with this girl, and I was talking to her on the phone while I was in jail. We all knew I had to go do time. I let my sister, who I grew up with, stay at my house while I was in jail with the girl I was with. And 2 weeks into my jail bit, I called home. I talked to my sister the night before. I called home the next day, and because the girl I was with was supposed to be there for a visit, didn't show up. And she told me that my sister was on life support and that she wasn't going to make it. When I got out of jail, I kept using drugs to cope with losing my sister. The girl I was with finally had enough, kicked me out on the street, and so I was homeless. And there was this Spanish church. I just felt God called me to that church, and I went to that church, and I've never felt anything like that before. And I just prayed, and I asked God to help me. And I had 3 warrants at the time, 3 active warrants. And I turned myself in, and a buddy told me about this place, and I asked the judge if he'd let me come here, and he let me. It was scary. I had a lot of fear, something new. But thankfully, the case managers here, they were patient. They were loving. They were kind of like the father I never had, pretty much. So, I mean, more importantly, I learned about God, but it wasn't just enough to have the knowledge of him. It was to have the relationship with him, and the staff pointed me to him. I don't just think about myself anymore. I think about others. I see God show me all the relationships I neglected, how I neglected a relationship with my sister, my mom, everybody. And it's too late to ask my sister for forgiveness, but since I've been here, he's reconciled a lot of relationships. Like, me and my mom, we talk now, and she's doing really good. So before, I just looked at myself as just another statistic, just another guy who was going to die in prison or in jail or die out here on the streets. And now I don't believe that. They've made me see that I have something to offer others, I hope people will support the mission because it gives other people hope. There's something else in life. It gives them the foundation or the grounding to do something different, because without help, they're not going to make it out there. Everybody needs help.
Hey guys, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. So I've got a very special guest with me, and he's agreed to come and sit and have an authentic, transparent conversation with me on the bench. And you might recognize the name, Charles Dickens. Welcome, Charles. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Charles works here at Wheeler. He is one of our program assistants. And Charles has come through one of our programs called Hebron. And I'm not going to steal his thunder, but I'm going to let Charles talk to you about his journey through Wheeler and how he got to be here sitting on a bench talking to me about homelessness. Take it away, Charles.
So yeah, my journey started actually at Camp Hebron.
Okay.
I needed help for the problems that I was having, but
okay, now I'm gonna be authentic now. What kind of problems?
Alcohol.
Alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay. You're not the first one, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I ended up going to Camp Hebron for 9 months. I graduated there, and that's actually where I became a born-again Christian.
Good for you.
And I found God.
Good for you.
And that definitely has been, changed, my whole life. After camp, I came back and did SLT here.
Okay.
At,
Tell them what SLT is.
Servant Leader in Training.
What do they do in that program?
We help serve the men that are coming in from the different programs, either the SFM or Camp Hebron, or just guys that need help with recovery or any kind of.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was just there to help provide whatever they needed. Sometimes they just need shampoo or something, or they need they actually need you to talk down, talk with them and encourage them, give them hope. And yeah, I really enjoyed that. That was really special.
So Wheeler helped you at your moment of need.
Yes.
Right. How did you get down to Camp Hunt in the first place? How did you know about that?
I didn't know anything about camp. Really, to be honest, it was the first time I'd ever been in a situation where I was homeless.
Yeah.
And I ended up at the shelter for men.
Okay.
And then I got recognized over there, and then they sent me over here, and then
down to camp.
Okay.
That's a pretty typical progression, And so, how long was that when you first came to the shelter for men? When was that, Charles?
About 2 years ago.
2 years ago. So
Yes.
this has been a 2-year journey so far.
Yes.
Okay. How you doing? How you think you're doing? How do you feel about the journey so far?
Oh, it's been a blessing.
Okay.
It has. Yeah, the way that God has been pouring into me. I couldn't have done it without him. So yeah, everything is credit to God.
So Charles is a perfect example of what we do here at Wheeler. People think we're just food, clothing, and shelter. Yes, we do food, clothing, and shelter. We term and lump all of those things under what we call emergency shelter servicing, and we do that. We do that very well. But also, a lot of people don't even realize the drug and alcohol addiction counseling programs that we have, the job readiness training programs that we have, the mental health counseling that we have. Just all of those things. We help people get into affordable housing. All those programs people don't even know that we have. And so Charles is the perfect example of all of those things. He first came into the shelter, needing food, clothing, and shelter. He progressed apparently through our programs, and now he is working here. He's one of the 40% of my employees out of the 200 plus workforce that we have that have gone through our programs here at Wheeler. And we couldn't be more proud of people like Charles. And so because they've seen it, they know every trick of the trade. They know every excuse. They know everything that our folks, which we call guests, are going to say. And so I'm sure, Charles, that once they know you've gone through the program, barriers are instantly lowered, right?
Yes.
And then I'm sure that is a platform for them to totally open up to you.
The fact that they actually understand that I've actually been through the process,
Yep.
That I'm not just somebody that's been hired.
Yeah.
That
It's not just a job for you.
It's not just a job. No,
Yeah.
it's been amazing.
It's personal. This is very personal.
Yeah, it's very personal. And I'm very grateful and that I get the opportunity and the chance to give back to what I had when I was coming in. I didn't have at first, and now I do have.
So if you were king for a day, and I've asked a lot of the guests here, if you're king for the day, Charles, and you could wave a huge magic wand, what's the one thing you would do to help with the issue of homelessness in our community? What would you do if you had unlimited resources to solve, to help people in the situation that you found yourself, and I'm sure there are multiple circumstances, multiple things that happened that you found yourself over at the shelter for men. Like, what's one thing that you could do or would suggest that we do if you had unlimited resources, wave a magic wand to help with that problem?
Well, first is you got to acknowledge that you need the help.
Okay.
A lot of men are, they're women, yeah. But their pride is not. They don't want to ask for help, and I don't know, to wave that wand.
Yeah, wave it.
Wave it. Oh,
come on, buddy, wave it.
It would definitely be to help with the homeless issue. Okay. Yes, it is getting it's getting pretty tough.
It's getting worse.
It's getting
homelessness is on the rise. It's been increasing here in Indianapolis, for the past several years. Last year we saw a 5% increase with homelessness in the PIT count, something called the point in time count, PIT count, and 5% increase last year. The year before, and then this year, we saw an increase of 7%. So according to the PIT count for 2025, there are over 1,815 individuals who are experiencing homelessness in our community. Now, that number, and I'm sure Charles can attest to that, that's an undercount. That you ain't getting everybody, and I use that word ain't for a very specific reason. We're not counting everybody because if you are experiencing homelessness, you don't want to be found or counted, people who are out there counting, they're not going to find you. And so that is a floor. That's a base that we work with. So 1,815 people in our community found themselves on that particular night in early January or earlier this year, unhoused and considered homeless. And so that's who we serve. That's what we do, and that's what we're here for. So a couple other things, Charles. I mean, thank you so much for your story. I appreciate it. Tell me a little bit about your family life right now, or even before Wheeler. Where'd you come from? Where'd you grow up? And how did you find yourself knocking on the door of SFM?
Yeah, I grew up here in Indianapolis.
Okay.
We moved here when I was 5 years old from Arizona.
Oh wow!
So I've really pretty much called myself, I'm a Hoosier.
Yeah. You have to be since 5. Yeah.
Yeah, since 5. Yeah, I grew up on the west side,
Okay.
predominantly like Riverside, Hallville.
Sure.
So I grew up in, it wasn't the ideal situation, but I grew up with a single mom. My father wasn't around. I never met my father, so it was just me and my mom, and she did the best she could.
Yeah, sure she did. Do you have any siblings, any brothers or sisters?
No, I'm the only child.
Oh, an only child.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was kind of, it was good at times, and then sometimes I wish I'd have had a brother or sister. It might have, but now I have 3 beautiful children.
Nice. What were their ages?
I have 2 sons.
Okay.
I have one. He's 27. His name is Blake. He's actually in the military.
27.
Right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What branch of the service?
He's in the Army.
Well, tell him we thank him for his service.
Yep. I have another son. He's 17. His name is Blaine.
Okay.
And I have one more. I have an 8-year-old daughter, Amelia.
Ooh, 8.
Yeah, she's
I bet she's a handful,
she's
right?
a handful.
Yeah, that's an awkward age for a lot of kids. Particularly girls.
Yeah.
Girls mature sooner than boys.
Yeah.
I raised 2 boys. I know nothing at all about raising girls, and so. But I also come from a family of 6 boys, no girls. And then I had 2 boys, and then my first grandchild was a boy, and then I was thinking, oh Lord, give us a girl, please. And then now I have a 3-year-old granddaughter, and she's a mess. She is an Abigail. I know you, if you're watching, Grandpa, you are a mess, but you're Grandpa's baby girl. We love you. So yeah, but 8 years old. Wow.
Yeah.
So middle school, no, elementary school still.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So, are you working tonight, or you just got off work today? Or?
Yep.
Okay.
Just got off.
Okay.
Yep.
I talked to a couple of people who are getting ready to go to work on 2nd and 3rd shifts. And
Yeah.
so what people don't realize as well, we operate shelters 24/7. There is no holidays and no breaks, for our employees, as well as the people who find themselves experiencing homelessness. And so that's one of the misconceptions that we often have, is that, that we are closed. We're not a 9-to-5 gig here. We've been around since 1893, and we've been open. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. And so, one of the things that I like to close with, and thanks for sitting on this bench. I haven't told you the story of the bench, have I? I haven't told folks the story of the bench. You are at our camp down in Bloomington, and part of that is work therapy. And so, tell us a little bit about that program, and I'll talk to them about the pallet shop, which the gentleman in the pallet shop made this bench. And so,
I can remember my 9 months in the pallet shop.
Okay,
yeah,
working in the pallet shop.
Working in a pallet shop. I got there when winter time.
Oh my goodness!
So it was quite challenging.
Eli was there, right?
Yeah. Eli, Nate.
Yeah. Eli and Nate. Okay.
Brian.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. We for 9 months we built pallets.
Yeah.
At different sizes, all small, big, all for it was.
But it's a chance for you to get away from everything.
Yes.
It's a chance for you to concentrate on your relationship with Jesus.
Yes.
Right? And you're one of our success stories, which is why you're hired as an employee, program assistant. And so, what's next for you? Do you want to stay here at Wheeler? Do you want to progress up the ladder here at Wheeler? And there are a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah, there is, and Wheeler does allow that, which is great. That you don't have to just stay in one.
No.
That they offer, as long as they see that you're doing well, and I'm just enjoying I've only been doing this for 3 months now, but
Okay.
I absolutely love it.
Good for you.
So I can't for right now. I'm so happy, and blessed to be doing
Good.
this.
Good.
Yeah. So
Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And you're going home. You're going to go have some dinner at home. Have you had dinner yet?
No,
Or you have dinner over there.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he only has to go about 30 feet, whatever, upstairs. As part of our program, people can work for us as well as live and work, live with us at the same time. And so that's part of the SLT, part of the program we have here. So, okay. So we're going to wrap this up with Charles Dickens. And by the way, I bet, is that a blessing or a curse to have a name like Charles Dickens?
Actually, it was both.
Was it?
Yeah.
It's kind of cool though,
Yeah,
right?
It is. Every day I get asked, am I
Yeah.
related to?
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, it was been fun.
It is not a very usual name. It's a very unusual name.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, folks, thank you. And I really appreciate Charles Dickens being here and all that he has done for Wheeler. So, Charles, thanks so much.
Yep.
Go on home, and settle in for the night, okay?
Yep.
Thanks,
you.
Charles.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. So, that's Charles. And I really enjoyed my conversation with Charles. And, I smell some pizza. And I think we're about ready to have some dinner, and I don't know what that means in terms of timing with you guys. But I've really enjoyed my conversation so far, but it's starting to get dark, as you can see. They got lots of lights on me, and they're starting to get dark, but I've really enjoyed my conversation so far. But I think it's time to eat something. And I don't know what they're going to do after this, but I'm ready to eat, and I think it's pizza. Tonight's dinner is pizza. And so I'm going to wrap it up and take a little break, and eat some pizza. But I really am looking forward to seeing you back here, on Facebook Live and YouTube. Thanks a lot, guys. Conversations on the Bench.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail, and they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had, and you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
I'm from West Africa, a country named Guinea. It's very tiny. It's really unheard of. Population pretty much about, I would say 13, 14 million. I was born in Guinea, a village named Gekedu. So it was very peaceful growing up. It'd be like, what, 50 to 60 houses, maybe 200, 300 people as a village. So I came to the USA in December 7, 2000 exactly. So yeah, that's like 25 years ago. I started out here. We moved here. My mom used to live here, but I moved to Alabama because one of my uncle used to live in Alabama. He told me, hey man, stop being a mommy boy. You just come up here, do your own thing. So I kind of took his word for it, which was good because when I moved to Alabama, I got married. I had a very good job, car, house, and all that good stuff. I used to be a salesperson. But when I lost that job, then I moved to Indianapolis. My mom used to live up here. But when I got here, 1 month after, she decided to go back to Africa in Guinea. So since I wasn't aware about my immigration statutes and stuff like that, she took all the paperwork with her back home. So I had to call her to get, me all these things from Africa to here. So what happened was my license got suspended. Expired. So I couldn't get no job. I couldn't really do anything. So I experienced homeless first when I got back because I couldn't get no job. I didn't have a valid license. I didn't have anything to show for me to go apply for anything. I lost the house. And now sleeping on the couch from friend to friend, that gets old. You get really old at the time. So I was homeless, I would say about 6 whole months because I usually sleep in the car. Winter, it was a winter time too. So I would sleep in the car with no heat, no gas. So it was tough. It was really tough being at that position, which I didn't think I would be, but yeah, here I am. I think I went to some of these resource center. I think library in downtown, seeking for some kind of help. So they referred me to Willow Mission. So the first 2 weeks, it was very unsettling for me, being in the shelter. I couldn't picture myself being in the shelter at the time. So what happened was Wheeler Mission opened up a door for me. They connect me with the lawyer that could have helped me. The lawyer even paid for the my work permit status thing. Then I was introduced to a Bible. Now that's where everything changes because I wasn't the Bible type of guy. I wasn't the guy who actually believing anything. I wake up, I do what I do, and that's it. Nothing about no Bible, no nothing. So every time somebody come to me, start saying stuff about Bible, I'm like, man, why are you preaching me stuff? It was all about preaching me stuff. That was a breaking point for me because maybe there is a God. Maybe I should read the Bible. My heart started changing slowly. I really started seeing the light. you know, my decision making start changing, start smiling more. I think you call it peace, joy in the heart. Wheel of Mission really pulled me out of darkness and brought me to this light. I'm enjoying it. It's really awesome feeling.
My life before I got to Wheeler Mission, Camp Hunt. Oh boy, it was a mess. That's why I'm here, right? I'm 32 years old. I own my own business. I'm married. I have a 2-year-old daughter. I thought I had it all figured out, but the one thing I was missing was the Lord. And being here, it's a very humbling experience coming from my background, and I learned for the first time what it was to be grateful for something. And because the way I grew up, I was privileged, spoiled, as most would say. Really didn't even use drugs per se until my daughter, this is horrible to even say, but after she was born, she was probably about 6 months old. And that's when I started to actually use cocaine. And because I had everything I wanted, I had employees, I had a successful business, I had a beautiful wife, I had a daughter. But I was empty, I was broken inside, and I just felt lost. So that's what I started using because I needed something to make me feel normal, feel happy, which is horrible to say, but that is the truth. And that's really the circumstances that led me to it. Because I seen it in the movies and stuff, and I'm like, well, they were doing it. Why can't I do it? I mean, that looks cool. It looks fun, right, in a movie. But then, yeah, it just leads to absolute destruction. So I've been to secular rehabs where you pay a bunch of money and you get a bunch of BS. When you come here, you get to work, you read the Bible, and it's free. So you have no excuses when you come to this place. It's free. You learn work ethic. You learn chores. You learn how to responsibility from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. And that's what this place is. I mean, this place is like, I love this place. It's awesome. I love it. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I am learning to become a Christian, a man of the Lord, a proud husband and father. For once, I can wake up in the morning and look in the mirror, and I'm actually like, I think I know who I finally am as a person. And I'm not trying to hide behind, there's no face mask on or anything. Like, who you see is who you get, I notice I love people more for who they are. And like the smallest things, like there's some younger brothers here, it's what they call them in the program, like newer guys coming in. And I see some of these guys and my heart just melts for them. Where before the program, I'd probably be really critical of them and look at them and be like, well, I'm better than them. But the longer I'm here, the more my heart gets soft and open to them, where I want to help everybody. I want to help them and teach them stuff and really just being humility, just being humble and not being so prideful and arrogant and self-centered. Yeah, just loving people for who they are, even though you might not like some of the things they do, but just loving them because that's, they're God's creation too.
So before coming to Wheeler Mission, I was actually caught up in a drug addiction, an abusive relationship. I left my son with my brother just for almost a year because of the drug addiction and all of that. I figured that was the best place for him. Like, it's just started out as like a boredom thing, and then it just turned into something way bigger than that. I never thought it would be anything bigger than that, and we never do until it is. Came here the day after Christmas, and I've been here ever since. I had a minor hiccup the last time I was here back in the end of May, beginning of June. I had a relapse. Like, the first month I was back, it was a little rough. I got reacclimated pretty quickly, especially with all the support and all the love that everybody was showing. Everybody just being so happy that I came back. Like, there was no judgment. There was no, I can't believe you did that. I can't, it was just all love, all care. And I'm now going on 11 months clean. I was actually very suicidal. I did not want to live anymore. I didn't really have a care to live. I would always pray to God to just ask him to take me out of this world, just stuff like that. It was very depressing, very sad. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I have a whole new lease on life. I have a relationship with God. I want to live. I have a whole thirst for life. I don't really know what I would do without this place, because I just feel like, I don't know, I'm happy. They're helping me with all the things. I mean, all the skills that I need to be able to walk out of here, to have good coping skills, to be able to know that, if something does come up, something happens that is huge and significant in my life, that I'm not going to immediately turn around and run back to what I was doing. I have other tools and other things that I can do to help cope. I'm going to meetings, I'm doing Bible studies. I don't know, I'm doing so much around here that sometimes I don't even have time to myself, but I'm okay with that.
Hey folks, we're back with Conversations on a Bench, and I've got my really good friend for multiple decades here, CJ McClanahan. And I invited CJ after we had breakfast, earlier this month, and I asked CJ, would he mind coming and sitting and just talking to me on the bench about issues facing homeless issues here in our community. And CJ is a speaker and an author, and a consultant to many successful businesses here in central Indiana. So CJ has had his own firm for a number of years, and I'm just honored to have CJ join me. Hi, CJ.
Hey there, Perry. How are you doing?
Good. Welcome here.
Thank you.
So how's the heat feel on
the
here?
heat is good. I feel like I'm getting a good I'm getting toasted up here. This is fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic. So
Yes.
you're a lot closer to it than I am, because you're so much taller.
I could sit here all night now. I don't care.
Okay.
Luckily, I don't have to sit here all night, but I could sit here all night.
Sleep here like me.
Yes,
And so
exactly
on
right.
this,
Nice hard bench.
unforgiving hard bench.
Right.
And so
There's not a lot of
playing getup here.
No.
So CJ, just tell the folks a little bit about you, about your work, and particularly about our breakfast conversation and some of the things that you are currently thinking about, praying about, about some of the next life's journeys for you, if you want to talk.
Yes. No, absolutely. So, Perry, for 20 some odd years, I've been coaching and training CEOs of companies.
Yep.
And what I noticed, and we talked a little bit about this, what I noticed probably 10, 12 years ago is that no matter how much money people made, no matter how much success they had, they never felt great about it. And it was like, So as long as I acquire this thing, I'll feel great. As long as I acquire this thing, I'll feel great. And they kept chasing and chasing and chasing and achieving. And I'll buy this house. I'll do this. My net worth needs to be this. And it was never enough. So I became obsessed with this idea of what ultimately people pay me to help them feel successful.
Yeah.
And I was just helping them earn more money.
Good at it. You
no
are
doubt.
very, very good at it, CJ.
No doubt. But what I couldn't figure out was why doesn't monetary success deliver the feeling they wanted?
What'd you find out?
I found out that it backed up by tons of data and lots of science that says the best way to find joy in life, lasting joy, not just this momentary joy, the best way to find lasting joy is to give generously to those in need.
Okay.
In a meaningful way.
It's hard to argue with that.
Well, as you know, right? Yeah. And I think what we do in the charitable realm is we think to ourselves, well, I'm going to give and it's going to help the other person. Yeah. I'm going to give to Wheeler Mission and it will help those who are homeless. I'm going to give to my church. I'm going to give to wherever and it will help them. But the fact of the matter is, again, backed up with truck tons of data. When you
truck
give,
tons.
Truck tons.
I love that phrase, truck tons.
Truck tons of data. When you give, it makes you feel grateful for what you already have, and it gives you a sense of purpose in life. So as I am at this point in my career, I'm thinking to myself, what am I doing next?
Yeah.
What am I called to do next?
Yeah.
And I feel called, in my deep core, to help kind of break this cycle of what I'll call opportunity inequality.
Opportunity inequality?
Opportunity inequality.
Okay.
And how does that look and what does that feel like in the upcoming future for me? I don't know. I'm prayerfully considering what I do next, but what I do know is this: people that give have more joy in life.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Of course they do.
I see it time in myself.
Yeah.
If I need to feel good, I give. I will call someone. I will just call up a friend who I know is going through a difficult time, and I will say, "Hey, listen, I'm just thinking about you. I wanted you to know that." And my friend or whomever it is will say, "You are such a nice person. You are really giving to me." No, I'm not.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm getting
something from this.
I'm getting something from this because we are wired to give.
Yeah,
we are. It's hard to believe it in this materialistic culture that we live in, but we are wired at a core level to give.
No, CJ, we are founded on faith, and we're a faith-based organization. How does your faith inform you, and how is it shaping and helping you figure out?
Right.
What perspective are you using? I'm sure you're using that perspective to figure out the next chapter in your journey.
Yeah.
Right?
That's an interesting question. So there's this guy named Jesus. You may have heard of him.
I think so.
You can Google him.
I know who he is.
You can Google him when we're done.
Okay. JC?
JC.
Kind of put JC?
JC down. And I would say this. I think as we get older, we all look for that true North Star.
Yep.
Right? What is the thing? Because ultimately we begin to recognize that all of this acquisition and achievement and all that stuff doesn't make as much sense as it needs to make.
Party bus. We're in downtown.
Party
hey,
bus.
guys.
Hey!
This is the second or third one I've seen. So it's great.
Is Party Bus part of what we get to do here, Perry?
We're just having a conversation.
So
anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. So when I focus on my true north is my faith. And when I dive deeply into my faith, it keeps coming back to, you have been blessed. You must give to those who are not as fortunate, over and over and over again. And either I take this faith seriously or I don't, Perry.
CJ, organizations like Wheeler Mission could not exist without people like you. Individuals who know there's more to life than self-fulfillment.
Right.
It's about helping others who can't, who for whatever reasons, are in a bad place.
Right.
And people ask me all the time, what leads people to become homeless?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really simple question, but there's a very complex answer to that.
Right. It's all over the place?
It's all over the place.
Really?
There's really no one silver bullet.
Uh-huh.
It's just, it could be a nasty divorce. It could be losing your job. It could be one really bad medical episode that leads to medical bills.
Mm-hmm.
It could be estrangement from family members.
Right.
It could be some kind of addiction, drug or alcohol addiction.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, mental challenges always seem to play a part in the people that we see each and every night.
Right.
And so there's not a simple answer. And so, but one thing I do know, without committed, faithful group of people and citizens like you in the community, we couldn't do the work that we do each and every night to serve the men, women, and children that we see come through our doors. You know, I get, as a CEO, I get a report every day. You know, it's just a scoreboard, a dashboard. You know, and I had a little over 700 people, men, women, and children last night, right? Here in Bloomington and in Indianapolis, over 700 individuals. And it just always astonishes me, and I'm always humbled by what we do and the people that we serve. And but we could not do that without a group of committed, God-fearing people who understand and know that there's something more to life than self-fulfillment. Without folks like you, and I just want to thank you and everybody else out there who's listening on Facebook Live as well as YouTube that help us in whatever way that you do, whether you donate, whether you volunteer. You know, we couldn't do what we do without people like you, and most definitely people like CJ.
Yeah, I think of Wheeler this way, or organizations like Wheeler. If I drove here today on 465, and it turns out there's quite a bit of construction on 465.
Always.
Case you missed it.
Always.
So what happens is 465 is a road that benefits all of us.
Yeah.
And so if 465 all of a sudden shut down and the mayor went on TV and said, hey, folks, if you want to drive, you need to be writing checks to get us back on 465. We would all write checks because we need to get back on the road.
In a heartbeat.
Like that.
Like yesterday.
Well, I think the same thing is being said. We have people in our community who didn't choose to be homeless, who desperately need our help. And it's no different than a road that goes around our community. It's right here in our community. And we either are a community or we're not a community. And if we are a community of caring people that love one another, then we step in for those who don't have what we have. And we do it together.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. I mean, I can see why you help business people, you know, because you just broke it down real easily. Everybody
makes
can
sense.
understand 465 in Indianapolis anyway,
Yeah,
right?
100%. And it just makes sense. We are in this together.
Yeah, we are.
Right.
We are.
You got to make this work together. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asked all the time about, you know, what are the common misperceptions about homelessness? Tell me a common misperception that you encounter in your work that you do with successful CEOs. What is a common misperception that you would like to, you know, if you could, you know, wave a magic wand, and you're a CEO or king for a day, you know, that you would dispel?
Yeah. Here's what's interesting. So you may know, Perry, that there's quite a few business books written every year.
And you've written.
I've written a few.
You've written a few of them too,
Right, I've
CJ.
written a few of them too.
Let's not be honest.
Yes.
CJ is an author and a speaker, and he's quite prolific. So get his books.
Thank you. So, thank you very
It's
much.
not a commercial.
Thank you very much. So, what I found is, in order to be successful, CEOs will ask me all the time, "What's the next book I should read? What's the next podcast I should listen to?" Now, am I against books and podcasts? Absolutely not. No. I love them. But the fact of the matter is, in order to be successful, you got to practice about 10 habits really, really well. And if you practice those 10 habits really, really well, you will be successful.
Okay.
So the misnomer is that I need to jam my brain with 10,000 bits of new information. And I always go, no, just go do the fundamentals really, really well. I mean, it's like, if I wanted to lose weight, what do I do? Well, I could go buy 18 books on weight loss, or I could just eat a little bit less and go to the gym.
It's pretty foundational.
It's not rocket science, but you just got to do it. You know, you just got to fundamentally do it. So I'd say CEOs, everyone wants the silver bullet. Give me the thing that I can get really, really good at my career with without a lot of effort. I wish I could, right?
There's no shortcuts.
No, if there was a shortcut, my entire industry would cease to exist because you would just give them the book and they would do the thing in the book. So that's what I've learned over the years. Yeah.
Well, that's great sage advice. And so, you know, so we talked about CJ and his work.
Right.
Tell me about CJ personally. You know, your family, and thank you. You know, your wife and kids. I know you're away from them right now.
Right.
Tell me about your wife, your personal life, and how did you come to be in Indianapolis?
Right.
I don't think you're an Indianapolis native.
Not
are
an
you?
Indianapolis.
So how did you get here?
I'm from Denver, Colorado.
Oh my!
My dad, my senior year of high school, got a job in Indianapolis.
Oh
and
wow!
So moved us out here my senior year of high
So
school.
you've been here since the senior year.
I mean, yep. So I've been here a long
Last
time.
year?
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
CJ's
couple
so
years
young.
ago.
He's
Yes.
so young.
I'm just a pup. So I moved here a long time ago. I went to IU. I got married. This year we celebrated 25 years.
Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
A great anniversary.
It is a great
Did you do
anniversary.
something special?
It depends on how you define special. We did go out to dinner, so I think that's special, right? We went to a nice dinner. I got 2 really great kids that are both down at IU right now. One's a senior, and one is a freshman.
Nice.
And we're going to go visit them this weekend.
Oh, it's fall break, right? I heard from
It
somebody
is
else.
fall break, but they only get a day off, so
day.
it's not really fall break. It's like fall,
a day off.
Fall day off. I wouldn't call it fall break. My son plays club volleyball, so we're going to watch him play volleyball.
Okay.
And we do fun stuff. I mean, not as much fun as the people on the party bus.
No.
We do fun stuff.
And the party bus comes straight by here all the time. I think that one might be going on mass ass.
It is.
Yeah, it is. It's turning. So we're
going
to get spared.
We're going to get spared the party bus?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, CJ, I mean, what we do here at Wheeler, I mean, I know you know this, but a common misconception for us is that all we do is provide food, clothing, and shelter.
Right.
We're so much more than that. You know,
what else?
So we do drug and alcohol addiction counseling programs.
Okay.
We help people get into stable housing. We help find stable income, whether it's stable employment or stable income. You know, we do a myriad of job readiness training programs. And so I got my little book over here with stats, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
But we're pretty proud of the stuff that we do. But people just think, you know, misconception is that we are only food, clothing, and shelter. Yes, of course.
Right. Because we had 700 people
last night that needed food, clothing, and shelter.
Right.
But once we get them in there, we work with them.
Right.
And we work through our programs, and we have great case managers and program counselors and a whole cadre of great supportive services within the city. You know, all the folks we work with, and they band together and they help us do the things that we can't do. We can't be experts in everything, right? But we are experts in some things, and from food, clothing, and shelter standpoint, we know how to do that.
Right.
You know, next week is my 132nd birthday.
Yeah.
Not me personally, but Wheeler's 132nd birthday.
Right.
And we've been doing this a little while, and so we understand that part. But I'd say at least 40% of what we do are provide emergency things that are non-emergency shelter services. And so that's one common misperception about Wheeler.
Right.
One of the things we're pretty proud of is that 40% of my 200 plus employees are program graduates.
No way.
Program graduates.
You got to be kidding me.
No, they came through our programs. They graduated. We gave them that first job after they've graduated. And so we find it so incredibly effective. Somebody who's been in their situation, speaking to them. And, you know, CJ, they know my 40% of that, my workforce, who program graduates that we employ, they know every trick of the book, every trick of the trade. They know everything they're thinking and feeling. And, you know, instantly when they understand that, you know, they're sitting across they come in at 2:00 in the morning and really at their wits' end, and they know that there's somebody else across, the table talking to them who's been in the same shoes.
Yeah, wow.
You know, and it
That's powerful.
Could be as soon as 3 months from now. It could be 15 years ago. But they know they all start from the common starting point, and the barriers just start to melt and break down. And then that's where my case managers, my program managers, and the entire staff start to do their work. And some people ask me all the time, well, how long can they stay in your shelters? And 1, 3, 9, 12 months. Talk to somebody who's been here for 24 months with our various programs. Right. I mean, if they come in, they can come in our front door, help. Right. And then we start to work with them and understand, get to the root causes, why they're there. And it's usually drug, alcohol addiction, or some mental health challenge they have, and start to work with them on that and really get them back into society to make them productive citizens again in society.
What's it like, Perry, to make a massive turnaround in someone's life like that?
It's called life transformation. Right. We love it. We see it every day.
Every day.
Every single day. That's why I do what I do. So I get a front row seat to see that. Now, it doesn't come without pain.
No.
Unfortunately, I see tragedies every day, and it weighs on you. It's really heart-wrenching and heartbreaking. But when I see that spark come on and life transformation occurs, whether it's them accepting Jesus or them understanding and realizing, I've got to take ownership. Right. A lot of what I've gone through in my life is because of the choices I've made. Okay, I'm ready. Right. What do I need to do? Right. To turn it around and have a life transformation. And so, and for us, that is wonderful.
Right.
So it's just really wonderful to see that, and I'm just so proud of the folks who do that. But I'm equally as proud of people who have the courage to come
To do
to
it.
our doors to do it.
Right. Yeah.
And so for me, what it's like to see that, every
Right.
day, it's life transformation. It's wonderful. Our goal, CJ, is not to provide, the 411,000 meals last year that we provided. Yeah, we
Right.
did that.
Right.
Or to provide the 293,000 or so safe nights of shelter. Yeah, we did that.
Right.
Or to have the 13,000 volunteers contributing 39,000 volunteer hours. Yeah, we did all of that,
Mhm.
but that's not the goal.
Right.
The goal is to use all of that for true life transformation. And because of who we are and where we've come from and our
Right.
faith perspective, we believe that true life transformation, it can only come through relationship with Jesus Christ. And so that's who we are. That's what we do. And I love what we do.
Right. That is fantastic.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fantastic.
And but I really appreciate the work that folks like you, entrepreneurs, small business owners, people who are helping us in the community, who do what they do, and have the perspective that you're bringing to the people you work with.
Mhm.
Those corporate titans. I know you're modest, but
Right.
he has some of the most successful. He's a counselor to some of the most successful CEOs in the area. Do you have national clients? I bet you do.
A few. Yeah.
Even as from even a national perspective.
Yep.
So, he's sitting around at those tables, advising those individuals, but from a perspective that is compatible with what we do each and every day. And
It starts with service, Perry. It does start with service. There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
So, how are you seeing that with your kids? You
Mhm.
got adult kids,
Right. Mhm.
How are you seeing that play out?
Yeah.
You and your wife.
I'll tell you a really interesting story.
Okay, I love stories.
When my daughter was 10-ish, we would do this thing where we would go to my church every year and we would ask our church, this was years ago.
Yeah.
We would say, who is someone who could use a helping hand this year? We want to make an anonymous donation.
Yeah.
So they told us
Oh,
that
nice.
it was someone working in the in our coffee shop at our church.
Okay.
So my daughter and I went in there one day. I got her hot chocolate. I got myself a cup of coffee, and we went in there and we handed this the woman behind the counter, who was the person in need, $100 bill, and she's like, "Oh, I can't break this," and we go, "Just keep it." And she kind of starts to tear up. This lady does, and
So that was a long time ago. $100 was worth a lot more
it was
back then.
many years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
So we're walking back to the car, and my daughter turns around. So I thought, well, my daughter wants more whipped cream or something like that. My daughter turns around, walks back, takes $10 out of her little purse, and hands it to her.
A 10-year-old.
A 10-year-old girl.
That doesn't happen just by happenstance.
I would like to
you
think
and your
so.
wife
Yeah.
have put something in her.
Right.
The chestnuts don't fall too far from the tree.
Yeah, my son, in his fraternity room, we cleaned out his room last year, and in his fraternity room, next to his bedside table was a wooden cross that I gave him when he was like 6 years old.
Can you? I'm sure for you and your wife to see that.
Oh my gosh!
And he didn't point it out to you.
No,
you just saw it on your own.
It gives me goosebumps today.
Yeah. You're thinking, oh my goodness, man, they got it.
Right.
They got it. They understand it.
Right. I mean, you can't jam it down their throats. You just live a certain way and cross your fingers.
Yeah, you do.
Right, as you know.
Yeah, I do. I have two boys, and now I'm a grandpa, and so
That's right.
And I just marvel at how she looks at. I have a granddaughter and grandson, 6 and 3. I just marvel at how they look at my son, and my daughter-in-law. I tear up just thinking about it, because to think that my 2 boys looked at me like that
Right.
at one point, right?
Right.
May not right now,
Not today,
but
yeah.
when they were little, they did, and so I'm just going to tell you, you're not a grandpa yet,
Right.
but ain't nothing like it.
Oh, I bet, really.
Like,
That's what I hear.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's
ain't
what I
nothing
hear.
like it, and it is wonderful. It is a game changer.
Right.
And I love my son. He's 35, one of them. He's a doctor. My 31-year-old is a lawyer in Texas. I love them. They've got great careers, but I love even more the fact that they have a heart for Christ.
Yeah.
And Christ is the center of their lives.
Yeah.
But it is all about the grandkids now.
Oh, God, yeah.
I tell them, it's like, we're done with you.
Yeah, exactly right.
You're
You did
gone.
your part. Yeah.
You're gone. You're launched. You're out of here. You have families of your own. Now it's about them,
Right.
and so the 6-year-old and the 3-year-old.
Right.
And Bradford, if you're watching from Texas, I need you to get engaged, get married, and have some kids. Harrison can't do it all by himself, so we need you, Bradford. Okay, but anyway, yeah, but being a grandpa changes it all, and you'll get a whole different sense and something else.
I bet.
It's
Yeah,
wonderful.
That'd be neat. That'd be neat.
So I'm not going to stretch this out.
Okay.
And I know that they've given me some. I'm not supposed to acknowledge this,
right?
But I am. I've got a few more minutes.
Okay.
But I don't want to hold you. But,
okay.
But before we go,
right?
What can we do? What can an organization like Wheeler do to help? Because you have so many tentacles, CJ. People like you, not just in your work, but you have stuff that you volunteer for, your faith organizations that you volunteer for or have influences over. What can an organization, a nonprofit faith-based organization, do for entrepreneurs,
right,
to help you in your work, so that you can be better informed about what we do, or the services that we provide, or even our partners in town? What can we do?
It's a great question.
What can we do?
I think it's a great question.
Yeah, so he's moving around. This bench is hard, folks.
Yes. Ow!
Oh, okay. Whatever.
At least I don't have to be here all night.
That's me.
Yes. So what is great, what I think, I believe my entrepreneurial peers have a deep-seated heart to make a difference in our community.
Yeah.
I think if organizations like Wheeler very specifically, could do more small events where you get groups of entrepreneurs to come and visit.
Interesting.
And just come down here, visit for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour. Engage guys like me to grab them and bring them down, just come meet with Perry.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
That's fantastic.
Because I think the gap between, if you were to say to an average entrepreneur walking down the street, where is Wheeler? What does Wheeler do? I don't know that they know the answer to either of those.
They might say we provide, we're a homeless shelter, but that's
Yeah,
about
that's
it.
about it.
That's about it.
We need to educate
Yep.
more effectively is what we need to do, right? Because I think there are ways that we can, and this is our problem. It's not Perry's problem. It's not the Wheeler Mission's problem. It's a
community problem.
Community's problem. It's my problem. Right? I will get in my car and I will drive home and recognizing there is a problem that desperately needs our support. And I think education of the entrepreneurs in the community is really helpful.
Well, thank you.
Right?
That's great advice, because so often nonprofit organizations like Wheeler, what we'll do is we'll concentrate on the big boys in town, the big corporations, because they have the money and they have the volunteers and the employees. But there's an army of people out here like CJ. I mean, who are touching base with the grassroots, and we need to really understand, and connect with them. And that's such great advice.
Well, and I will say this too, Perry, you'd be surprised at how many entrepreneurs have had equity events in the last 5 years.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they have the wealth.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. I'm not going to point to any of them, but they've got the. Yes, yeah. I'll send you an email.
He's going to tell me off camera, and you will be getting a donation letter from me.
Right. I mean, they're out there. They've got the means to make it happen. They absolutely have the means to make it happen, and I think they want to make a difference.
Yeah, I'd love to.
We just have to connect and we just got to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great advice. I love it. So. Thank you, CJ.
It's my pleasure, brother.
And that breakfast, little did you know, I was going to ask you at breakfast to come a couple weeks later and sit outside on a hard bench in October in downtown Indianapolis.
Although it is like 67 degrees.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. I still got the heater because I'm anticipating frost tonight, and I'm not looking forward to that.
You will get cold later on.
So, CJ, thank you so
My
so
pleasure.
much.
This has been great.
I appreciate it, man.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Very much.
Thank you. Okay. Folks, that was CJ McClanahan, and a good friend for over, several decades with me.
Yes, we're old.
Yeah, you're not old. I'm old. But CJ's been a great friend of mine for several years, and I hope you've been inspired by some of the discussion that we've just had here tonight, actually, because CJ is he's a pillar in the community, and he's really someone that I've really admired and worked with over the years, and I'm just so happy that he was able to spend a little bit of time out of his day to come here and talk to us on Conversations on the Bench. So I think we're probably going to, thank you, CJ.
Hey, good to see you again.
We're probably going to, just go walk in front of the camera. This is unscripted. This is informal, whatever. Have a good drive back on 465, CJ.
Take care, everyone. See you later.
Thanks. Yeah, and so I know we have a couple minutes, but I'm just with as it starts to get dark and we're starting to see, the nighttime crowd. I saw the day crowd and we saw the nighttime crowd. And so we're just fortunate. I want to see what the nighttime is going to hold for us. And it looks like we're going to be able to go to a national feed, and we're going to be doing something that is pretty unique. And I'm so proud that my organization called Citygate Network is doing this all across the country. 70 plus cities across the country are doing the same thing that we're doing right here for the next 24 hours. And I'm for that.
Welcome. My name's Bethany. Today we're highlighting one of the most impactful services at Wheeler Mission, our aftercare services. Let's take a look at how we continue supporting individuals after they complete our programs. Aftercare services help our former guests maintain a stable, fulfilling life. We don't just say goodbye when someone finishes a program. We offer ongoing support that's personalized for each guest. Here's how we help. Case management. With each person, we brainstorm solutions and resources for challenges that might impede their stability. Support groups. We support their connection with a community for accountability and emotional strength. Financial coaching. We assist with financial coaching to help each individual strengthen their ability to weather future financial challenges. Housing assistance. Help them maintain permanent, stable housing, either through Wheeler's housing programs or community options. With aftercare support, many guests rebuild their lives, find new hope, and thrive in their communities. Together, we're helping people build brighter futures by offering the space, security, the tools, and the support to heal. Together, we are making a difference.
My name is Hannah, and I am the program manager of Compass Kids. Compass Kids is an early childhood center serving the 30 families that live at the Center for Women and Children. Our goal is to provide a loving and safe, Christ-centered environment for the children in our care while partnering with families we serve to help foster individual and family-related goals. We are a state licensed site with students from 6 weeks old to age 13. During the school day, we have 4 classrooms, infant to preschool, that focus on developmental milestones, Christ-centered curriculum, and sensory integration. After school, children get off the bus from local elementary schools to come to Compass Kids for REC, our after-school program for release, experience, and connection. Because some of our students have experienced significant trauma, we provide a sensory room for children to use one-on-one with our teachers to encourage the understanding of their body and how to support the sensations they're feeling. Our team of early childhood educators are trained in co-regulation, touch points, and the language of the nervous system to foster an environment of growth for our students. Ultimately, Compass Kids is intentional to offer a Christ-centered and trauma-informed environment to equip students for the next step of their little lives.
Recording in progress.
But I basically said to him, well, that's a hard job to fill. You need somebody that's, part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana Jones. And, good luck with that, right? Finding somebody. But, and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision? And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves and I said, me? Surely you don't mean me. And, Tom, at the time, I had never been to Africa. I knew nothing about global poverty. I had no theological degree. I had never done any fundraising. I'd never worked for a nonprofit. I mean, I was a terrible candidate, I thought, for the president of World Vision. And I won't get into all of the details because of time, but this was clearly God knocking on my door and asking the question, are you available? Are you available? And I didn't want to be available. I was at the top of my career. I was 47 years old. I was, I had made it to the CEO chair in a wonderful company. And I call it my rich young ruler moment. And we all know that story from scripture where this rich young man comes to Jesus and says, Rabbi, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus gives him a stock answer. Well, keep the commandments, worship the Lord at the temple, keep doing the things that, the scriptures command you to do. And of course, the man who might have been a little cocky, he said, well, I've done all of that. You can check me out. I've covered that base. I keep all the commandments. I'm a faithful tither. And then as I like to say, the young man made one mistake. He decided he would ask another question and he should have quit while he was ahead. He said, is there anything I still lack? And scripture tells us that Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, you lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give it to the poor and come and follow me. And then you'll have treasure in heaven. Well, I wish at the time World Vision was calling me, that story was resonating in my head, because metaphorically, what World Vision was doing was saying, Rich, sell everything you have, quit your job, quit your career, sell your dream house, turn in your company car, pack up your family and move them 3,000 miles to the West Coast and follow me.
We are in Charlotte.
In other words, give everything you have to the ministry with the poor, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. And at that time, I was more interested in treasure on earth than I was in heaven, to be honest. And so it was a difficult decision, but the way that story ends in scripture is tragic, because it says the man went away very sad because he had great wealth. So kicking and screaming and fearful of, this is a career suicide, I did quit my job. World Vision offered me the job. I quit my job and we sold our house and we moved all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I showed up that first day terrified that the Lord had made a terrible mistake. And as I cried out to him, I said, Lord, if you don't show up, this ministry's in trouble and we're both in trouble, because I don't know what to do next. I feel helpless and totally dependent on you. And I felt the Lord was saying, I've got you right where I want you. You are totally dependent on me. Now keep showing up and watch what I do. And that's what I did. And I served for 20 years. I ended up being the longest serving president in World Vision's history. So yeah, that's how the Lord got my attention.
I love that, Rich. And really, thanks so much for sharing your story, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that God could be knocking on their door or inviting them into a second chapter of their life and leadership, and maybe hearing of your courage to be able to step out and follow might allow them to do something similar. So really appreciate that. How about though, as you began to kind of think about that role that you had as president of World Vision, it began to inform and impact kind of your understanding of the gospel.
I'm feeling a lot better.
One of the things I appreciate that is the book that you wrote, The Hole in Our Gospel,
Definitely,
which was
like
really
as long as you are
significant and
open to
almost
change,
shares for you of
it'll
certainly coming to a place of faith in Christ, but then this second conversion of looking at what does that faith really mean, or how do we live it out or engage or act in it. And I just wanted to kind of read a quick excerpt out of that I've appreciated over the years that
For a
you
long
wrote
time,
out
they saw
of
me not
The
happy.
Hole in Our Gospel, when you
And
say we're the
I
carriers
refuse for them to
of the
see that
gospel, the
anymore.
good news that was meant to change the world.
Hi, my name is Serena,
Belief is not
and
enough.
I've been in the
Worship
program
is
for
not
about
enough.
4 months now.
Personal morality is not enough.
So a lot of
And
chaos,
Christian
a lot
community is not
of,
enough. God
abuse, that
has
type of
always
thing. I
demanded
have 4
more.
kids.
When we
Time
committed
goes on, you
ourselves to
get
following
tired.
Christ, we
So
also
I
committed
just,
to
one day,
living our
I
lives in
finally
such a way
backed
that
up
a
a month.
watching
Originally
world
went to
would
Serena
catch a
Harbor,
glimpse
and
of God's
then
character,
they have a
his
time
love,
frame on the time that you can
justice,
stay there. So I
and
started
mercy
looking for
through
other
our
options.
words,
And so I
actions,
found
and
it.
behavior. We
When I
are
finally got the
Christ's
call, it was just a
ambassadors,
state
wrote
of
the Apostle
relief.
Paul,
I didn't have to
as though
worry about
God
that
were
time
making
frame
his
for Serena
appeal
Harbor. I
through
didn't
us.
have to
God
scramble
chose
about
us
where
to
I
be
was
his
going to go live
representatives.
my
He called
head.
us to go out
You
to
know,
proclaim the good
there's
news,
a
to
huge
be
difference
good
in my kids'
news, and
behavior
to
being
change the
here just
world.
because there was
Living
no
out our faith
chaos. There was none of that.
privately
And then
was
since being
never to
here,
be an option. And what might you hope, as you kind of look and have penned those words for Christ followers across our country, as they would reflect and glean on living out their faith today, how that perspective maybe changed your heart a little bit, and how you would hope it would change the hearts of other Christ followers?
Well, Tom, let me first say I couldn't have said it better myself than that quote. But I would add a couple of things. I think, first of all, I would say that we need to understand as followers of Christ that he did not call us to a life of comfort. He called us each to a life of service, a life of loving other people with the love of Christ in our heart and demonstrating his life to that watching world. You know, most of us go to, if we're Christians, we go to worship every Sunday. We go to Bible studies during the week. Our kids are in Sunday school. But the Lord, I don't think, is impressed with all of those activities unless they result in putting what he taught us into action, right? So there's some great scriptures about this. In the book of James, James says this: suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth, so we will be confident when we stand before God. You know, just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? Um, the Lord gave us the 2 greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a 3rd great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can understand. We all know the question used to be these little bracelets: what would Jesus do? Right? WWJD. Try substituting the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love do about homelessness? What would love do about refugees? Don't ask what a political party would do, or, what should the government do? What would love do about refugees, about homelessness, about those struggling with mental illness or addiction? We need, as Christians, to ask that question, what would love do, and then attempt to do it.
I love that, Rich, because we're really talking about being grounded in love, and then saying that our faith has a tangible expression that lives itself out, that ultimately impacts other people. And being able to do that. Oh, that's great. Well, one of the questions I have, and again, coming out of your leadership position a little bit, you really engaged in 2 significant humanitarian crises. One was AIDS and HIV in Africa. The other was around refugees and migrants, especially in Syria. And you've had a front row seat to humanitarian crisis. And as we look in the U.S. today at close to 1 million people that are experiencing homelessness and issues with addiction recovery and mental health challenges, what, from a leadership perspective, could you take from your engagement of a large organization that was helping to bring solution to those situations globally to what we're trying to do here on the homelessness front in the United States? What kind of leadership insights could you provide?
Well, I think for those that might be listening, big crises are often overwhelming. You know, when I used to talk about to our donors and child sponsors at World Vision about global poverty, and I had the statistics of global poverty that 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day, and 29,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of preventable causes. And I throw out these huge numbers, and what I found is people were overwhelmed by these big numbers. Like, how could I possibly make a difference? How could I possibly make a dent? In other words, those facts were having just the opposite effect that I wanted them to have. Instead of inviting them to make a difference and do something, they kind of, oh, it's hopeless. We can't possibly make a dent. But what I learned about any crisis like this, no matter how big, it always boils down to helping one person at a time. The world has changed one person at a time. So no act of kindness, no donation is too small to make a difference. We can each do our part. There's a part in scripture where Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, you can be thrown into the sea, and the mountain will be thrown into the sea. And, I always struggled with that, really, I've tried that and it didn't work. I tried throwing a mountain into the sea and it didn't work. But then I turned it around and I said, well, what if he meant a mountain of mustard seeds, right? In other words, if each one of us as Christians has our mustard seed of faith, what if 100 million Christians in America took their mustard seed of faith and pitched in? I bet 100 million Christians, if we each picked up our shovel, could throw that mountain into the ocean. We could throw that mountain into the ocean. And I think if we each picked up our shovel on the homelessness crisis, we could also deal with that crisis, one person at a time, everybody doing their part, everybody doing whatever small or large role they can play. God is not asking everybody to quit their job and move their family and go lead a homeless ministry somewhere in America. He may be asking some to do that, but he's asking the rest of us to just, be involved and do our part, So I think if we all pitch in, this is a manageable crisis, and we can make tremendous progress in helping these desperate people who live on our streets.
I kind of look at that, Rich, and you would probably say at some point in your leadership at World Vision that the situation around AIDS and HIV was unsolvable, irresolvable. I think probably as we look at people living on the streets in the U.S., that many would have kind of a similar feeling that we can't fix it. Yet your history would say some of these irresolvable situations can be fixed. What hope might you give us as we look at trying to help those experiencing homelessness, that we could get on the back end of this and be able to bring some kind of resolution?
Well, first of all, I would want to say to those that are already serving and giving toward the end of helping the homeless in our country, thank you. You're doing exactly what Christ calls us all to do. Every single person you are helping is precious to God, created by God in his own image and precious to him, no matter their circumstances, no matter their religion, no matter, where they are in their life. And many of them are in addiction or struggling with mental illness or just, financial disaster in their life, and they can't afford to have a home. Even women and children, as you know, are on the streets, living in automobiles in terrible conditions. But to those who are standing on the sidelines, I might say it's time to do something. We all have 3 things that we can offer: time, talent, and treasure. We can all do something, no matter how small. My wife and I, we're big boosters of World Vision. We're donors to World Vision. We have been for 41 years, but we give to 3 different homeless ministries in Seattle where we live, because we read the scripture and we see Christ's passion for the least of these. And I can't think of another group that title fits better, the least of these in our country, than the people that are so poor that they're living on the streets and they're living hand to mouth. So with time, treasure, and talent, you can give, you can volunteer, you can advocate to your local government officials for this in favor of doing more. We can all do something. We have to remember that Jesus is going to ask every one of us what we did for the least of these brothers and sisters in our world. When I preach on Matthew 25, that famous passage where the sheep and the goats are gathered together, right? And it's the judgment day. It's not a parable, it's a prediction. And Jesus tells us this story. He gives us this prediction. And he basically, goes through, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. I was in prison and you visit me. I was sick and you cared for me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And people say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Lord, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked? And when did we visit you when you were sick? And he says, I tell you the truth, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. And of course, the people that did those things are welcomed into the kingdom of everlasting life. And the people that didn't get a very different treatment. And I like to say in Matthew 25, this is the final exam, right? This is the final exam. It's the judgment day. And there's only one question on the final. What did you do for the least of these? And fortunately, and that's the question Jesus is going to ask each one of us when that day comes. And fortunately, we all still have the time to work out our answer to that question.
Right.
And I don't want to get into the whole theological thing. Of course, I believe in salvation by faith alone. But the evidence of faith is what Jesus is looking for in our lives. How will he know whether our faith is genuine? He'll look for the evidence. And the evidence he's looking for is, what did you do for the least of these, of my brothers and sisters? So anyways, I would just encourage people to get involved, no matter how small. If you can give $25 to a homeless organization, that'll make a difference. That'll change somebody's life. If you can give 25,000 or 25 million, that'll help even more. Or if you can volunteer once a week in a volunteer program in your community, that'll make a difference. And everybody can pray. We can pray for the homeless. So those are some words of encouragement.
Those are great words of encouragement, Rich, and just really appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the friendship that we've had over the years. Appreciate really, again, your leadership and your involvement and influence for the kingdom. And I think a lot of the things that you shared and have experienced certainly apply to what we're trying to do here today in raising awareness of how followers of Jesus Christ don't stand on the sideline, but jump into the fray, commit themselves, support, engage, volunteer in order to share the love of Christ and live out their faith in tangible, relevant, and significant ways. So thanks so much. Appreciate all that you've shared with us and look forward to how that's going to impact those that are listening during this 24-hour period of Conversations on a Bench.
Well, thanks, Tom. And I appreciate what you and Citygate are doing to pull this off and get the word out and invite people to join what you're all doing.
All right, good. Blessings. Thanks again, Rich. We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Man, I tell you, I think one of the things I really love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred.
Well,
or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah. And did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay. So it's called being left on the cutting room floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. Now, we made a wonderful film about homelessness. And then it spun off a documentary.
That's right.
On homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address. And now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with, Dr. Marbut, our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness. And on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh, man, that was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So,
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country, who many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell us some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta. And then in '92, it was the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And, I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, it's weird. You have that line, like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job, and I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. That I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbet say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, we're relatively, as maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, their local mission? What would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that, but the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard, and that's one way. Obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small. $5, $25, $50, $100. No check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, helping to sort of restore their dignity, rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, I hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another, and we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Marbet, and he's too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis. And it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks. And we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months for, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, small business administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component, along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence, so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig, and nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right there.
We broke it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing we have.
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that. All right. I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting, but that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench. I'm his wingman on the bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
they are.
and
Okay.
I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it. Eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work, because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.